protection for all. And on that note, I want to believe you received our program and it is also shared there on the screen. However, I want to start with an item that we didn't include in the program. That is for housekeeping, whereby the hotel Bedford will prepare us on what to do in case of emergency, where to go. And I will hand over to the gentleman on my left, Leroy. Leroy, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, welcome to the Bedford Hotel. I won't take up too much of your time right now. Just have a few house rules to run through. Alright, so for those of you that do smoke, your designated smoking area is just outside the doors, on your left and your right. You'll see the ashtrays. Please, if you do smoke, if you may smoke there. Your toilets for the venue are to my left. In the corner is the male and female bathrooms. As I'm sure you've all seen, there are 2 coffee stations. You feel welcome to have your coffee or cappuccino there. Your tea time for today will be from 11 to 11:30. Your tea. Your lunch is from 1:30 to 2:30, and that venue will be Clover's Green. How you get to Clover's Green? If you exit, you turn right. At the stop street, about 2 blocks up, you're going to turn right again. You'll pass Thatch venue on your left-hand side. Just past the Thatch, you'll see a passage on your right. You'll turn right. In front of our Tambo is the Clover's Green. So lunch will be served today. It's from 1:30 to 2:30. So there's no planned fire drills for today, but in case of an emergency, your closest evacuation point as well, just through the door, to your left at gate 4. If you may make your way out calmly and assemble at the assembly point. As well, I do have 9 generators on site, so in case of a load shedding, there is no scheduled load shedding for today, but in case, it will take anywhere from 20 seconds to a minute for the generator to kick in. In that time, you would have a complete blackout, and you would not have power until they did come back on. As well, there's a guest Wi-Fi you guys can log into. It's under virtual guest access. No password is needed, as well as uncapped. All from my side, guys. Hand over back to the lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on that note, I think we will move with our program. I think you all can see the program director there, Mr. Nani Ramlongo, the acting chief director, Labour Market Policy from the department. And our next item on the agenda will be our opening and welcome. And I would like us to welcome our chief director, International Relations, Mr. Sipho Ndebele. Help me, colleagues, to welcome Sipho.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me take the opportunity to thank you all for joining us today in this pivotal event of ours when we officially launch the South African Labour Market Information System STAT, and also as we unveil the research findings on universal access to social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, this moment underscores our commitment to advancing the Department of Employment and Labour's vision, focusing on delivering high-quality data and addressing critical issues in our labour market and social protection system. As you might be aware, the latest official labour market data reveals an increase in the unemployment rate by 0.6 percentage points, reaching 33.5% as of June 2024. Employment had decreased by 92,000, leaving us with a 16.6 million employed individuals as of the second quarter of 2024. These figures naturally highlight a concerning trend, an increase in job seekers without sufficient employment opportunities. Looking at this, our task becomes crystal clear. We need to address these imbalances to enhance our labor market and create a more robust economy. This calls for high-quality statistical data and analysis. It implies a regular production of timely, reliable, and relevant labor statistics in response to rapidly evolving data ecosystem. To address these challenges, the LMIS system represents a significant step forward. It is a system designed to bridge the information gap between data producers and users by offering a user-friendly, accessible platform for stakeholders, including government institutions, employers, trade unions, and the academia. It's a system that adheres to international standards as set by the International Conference for Labor Statisticians, ensuring that data collection and methodologies and sources are robust and transparent. The adoption of the LMIS will provide us with the tools necessary to better understand and navigate our labor market dynamics and improve our policy interventions. In SADC, Southern Africa, there is a growing trend towards establishing the labor market observatories. Botswana launched this LMI system on August 2024, and Namibia is also in the process of setting up its own system. We commend these efforts and the commitment to creating a unified repository for labor market data. We believe that this collaborative approach enhances our ability to quickly access, reference, and analyze labor market information across the region. 4 key areas will benefit from the utilization of this labor market information system. For decision making, it will provide policymakers with an up-to-date and forward-looking information for the formulation and monitoring of policies and actions that have had an impact on the workforce and the labor market. It is a system of alerts about possible gaps between labor and supply and demand. It informs individuals about employment opportunities and companies about the available workforce. And lastly, it will inform training institutions on unmet training needs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we recover from COVID-19, we are aware that the pandemic starkly illustrated the urgent need for comprehensive social protection systems. The crisis not only exacerbated existing vulnerabilities, but also highlighted significant gaps in social protection coverage. Across Africa, over 80% of workers are employed informally, often without access to social security benefits. The lack of social protection leaves many unable to withstand economic shocks, exacerbating poverty and inequality. The ILO informs us that more than 60% of Africa's population lacks access to adequate social protection. This gap is particularly pronounced in rural areas and among informal sector workers. The pandemic thus amplified these challenges with increased job losses and reduced incomes, leaving many households in precarious situations. Universal social protection and basic income grants have become crucial in mitigating these impacts and supporting individuals and families through socio-economic crisis. The research report we are about to share today provides valuable insights into the state of social protection in South Africa. It aims to identify and address gaps in coverage and interventions, helping to ensure that every individual has access to the support they need during challenging times. In conclusion, the launch of the LMIS state system and the dissemination of our social protection research findings represent significant milestones in our ongoing efforts to improve South Africa's labour market and social protection systems. We hope that these tools and insights will serve as a foundation for informed policymaking and contribute to building a more equitable and resilient society. Thank you for your attention and continued support. We look forward to productive discussions and collaborative efforts as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndebele, for that opening welcome and also for giving us the purpose of why we are gathering here today. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to move to our third item on the agenda, which is about the International Labour Organization's remarks on this system that Mr. Ndebele just briefed us about. We are going to receive that through the video that will be presented by Mr. Rafael J. Medina, Chief Statistician and Director of the Department of Statistics at the International Labour Conference. He couldn't be with us here today physically, but is going to give us the message as I indicated via the video. Mr. Mutedi, Lloyd, if you are ready.
Good morning. Today I'm very glad to join you all in the launching of the Labour Market Information System, LMIS.stat, and the Disseminating Research Report in South Africa. Unfortunately, I cannot be physically with you, but I wanted to be present in this way. I would like to congratulate the Department of Employment and Labour for having completed this milestone as implementing agency. I would also like to commend the excellent work we have witnessed between the Department of Employment and Statistics South Africa, since it provides an excellent example of strong governance structure, which is essential for the success of any LMIS implementation. South Africa began the implementation of its LMIS in 2021, having started it during the pandemic. The data production workshop, the first stage, was held virtually. Today we are launching it and we are all very proud of this accomplishment. South Africa is one of the leading countries in Africa to produce regular labour market statistics. Through Statistics South Africa, it has taken a monumental step in updating the Labour Market Force Survey questionnaire to catch up with the latest statistical standards set by the 20th and the 21st International Conference of Labour Statisticians. The new questionnaire, which will be piloted this October, will be crucial to update the way it captures work relationships and the measurement of informality. This makes South Africa the first country in SADC to measure informality based on the revised standard. This is of utmost importance for the LMIS implementation. First, it signals this country's commitment to compile and produce updated labour market statistics, providing detailed information about different target groups in the labour market. Secondly, it shows that South Africa is aware that the labour market has evolved, and as such, the tool that captures labour market information should also evolve to capture new trends. Thirdly, the refined set of information will provide a wealth of data which will push LMIS even higher. Policymakers will have more granular information, and therefore it will lead to better and more accurate policies. We in the ILO stand ready to continue to assist South Africa in this process. Our joint work between the ILO Department of Statistics, the ILO office in Pretoria, and the other technical departments of the ILO will surely help you in actively use the statistics produced for the benefits of your citizens. I wish to thank you for inviting me to share these happy moments with you. Congratulations again to the Department of Employment and Labor, to Statistics South Africa, and all the staff who has worked to make the LMIS a reality. All my best.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are having a technical glitch in terms of our audience who joined us virtually. I don't know if we can get a signal to address that quickly before we proceed. Wendy, I don't know who else might help. Wendy, is there anything that we can do to correct the audio? Apparently, they cannot hear us. Or it's only the video? Okay. I think we are done with that first video. Maybe when we get to the next video, that glitch would have been sorted out. However, we will move now with our program to the next item. That will be led now by our Director, Country Office from the International Labour Organization. That is Mr. Alexio Musindo. And I will go through his biography briefly here. Mr. Alexio Musindo is the Director, as I indicated, Country Office, stationed in Pretoria. He has over 25 years of experience in international development across Africa. He served as International Labour Organization Special Representative to the AU, that is African Union, and the Economic Commission for Africa. He served as Director, Country Office for many countries. I will just list them. Starting with us currently in South Africa, that is the Pretoria office. Before then, he also served as that Director in Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, and East Africa. That is the wealth of experience that Mr. Musindo has in terms of International Labour Organization and its mission. He also served as a special representative to the AU. In fact, I've already indicated that, in the Economic Commission, together with those countries that he led. In terms of his education, he holds a BSc Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the University of Zimbabwe. He also holds Master's degree in Development Economics from Williams College in Massachusetts, USA. He also in fact, he's also a certified coach from CAPP Institute, also in the United States of America. Mr. Musindo started his career in the United Nations office, and that career span from 1998, colleagues, up to today, whereby in 1998, he served as the program officer in ILO Regional Office for Africa, that was in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. On that note, colleagues, help me to welcome our Director, Country Office, Pretoria, Mr. Alexio Musindo, to the podium to address us.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me just say that I think this was the CV I used for application for the job and not for introduction. So We'll try and have it correct. I think I do like to start by taking over from what my colleague Rafaelo has mentioned by thanking you for inviting ILO to be a partner in this journey with you, and also for today for the dissemination of the South Africa Labour Market Information System. I do congratulate the Department of Labour for working tirelessly towards these projects, as well as key stakeholders, notably Statistics South Africa, for supporting the Department of Labour throughout the process. In fact, let's just say congratulations to each and everyone who has been involved in making this a reality. The launch of this platform underscores South Africa's commitment to improving decent work and social justice for its citizens. This commitment is crucial as we strive to ensure that every individual has access to productive and dignified employment. As ILO, our primary objective is to advocate for social justice and decent work. And we are all aware that decent work, as defined by ILO has been endorsed by the international community as being productive work for women and men in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. Decent work involves opportunities for work that is productive and does deliver a fair income. Decent work provides security in the workplace and social protection for workers and their families. Decent work offers better prospects for personal development and does encourage social integration. Decent work does give people freedom to express their concerns, to organize and to participate in decisions that affect their lives. It does guarantee equal opportunity and treatment for all. If we go back to September 2008, the ILO did convene an international tripartite meeting of experts on the measurement of decent work, and consequently adopted a framework of decent work indicators that was presented, as mentioned before, to the 18th International Conference of Labour Statisticians in December 2008. The framework on the measurement of decent work covers 10 substantive elements, which are closely linked to the 4 strategic pillars of the decent work agenda. Basically, the issues around international labour standards and fundamental principles and rights at work, employment creation, social protection, social dialogue, and tripartism. In addition to the 10 core groups, there is a substantive element related to economic and social context for decent work. These are context indicators within this category, which are contextual indicators, meaning they do not measure decent work per se, but rather serve to provide data users information that relates to the context of decent work measurement in the economy. If we go to the 10 substantive elements, these are, firstly, employment opportunities; second, adequate income and productive work; third, decent working hours; fourth, reconciliation of work and life; fifth, work that should be abolished; sixth, stability and security at work; seventh, equality of opportunity and treatment; 8, safe working conditions; and 9, social security; 10, social dialogue and representation; and the 11, the economic and social context. For South Africa, as already indicated, the process began in 2021 with the data production workshop, which was then followed by the SDMX and data modeling workshop in May 2022, and data preparation and uploading, which has led us to where we are today. Let me now talk a bit more about how Labour Market Information System relates to the decent work agenda. The LMIS implementation process is conducted based on the decent work framework. The use of this framework with its 11 core groups I've mentioned allow countries to measure the indicators in the category of employment opportunities. In other words, they will be able to use the indicators in that particular group to answer questions such as the following. Is the youth group participating in the labour market to the same extent as the adult population? Which occupation category are the youth most likely to be employed? in the highly skilled occupation or low skilled occupation? What sort of labor underutilization situation is the youth group facing? Are they part of the labor supply? Meaning, are they in the labor force but not working enough hours or not finding jobs? Or are they outside the labor force and not seeking jobs and not being available to work? In this case, then why are they in this situation? Existing data show that the relationship between education and labor market participation in South Africa, that I do encourage policymakers to then use from the labor market information system as a platform to evaluate the profile of youth groups and those in the labor market, including questions such as, which are answered: what is their level of education? What is their field of study? Do they have formal or informal jobs? Do they have stable jobs, or are they in precarious employment? So this is just a demonstration on the questions and the answers that we can get from the LMIS, and that can then be used for research and for policy making. Ladies and gentlemen, LMIS implementation is going to provide a lot of information which show policymakers how to intervene, and I encourage policymakers to make use of the data, which is now organized in a framework which facilitates assessment of the current situation. How do they assess the current situation? I think this includes digging into the data, combining the indicators provided for research, request for support to interpret the indicators, and make use of a multitude of indicators to understand better the labor market. As you start making use of the information, you probably see the need for additional gaps that are required, and it's good to provide them a feedback to the producers. If I still continue on the youth group as our example, in addition to the information one can generate on this subgroup, you might also see the importance of tracking youth transition from school to work, and this can be done through the school to work transition survey. Furthermore, it would be important to measure the skills level of the youth group as well as the national population to evaluate to what extent the youth are facing in the labor market due to skills mismatch. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I do strongly recommend the implementation of the skills qualification and mismatch module to be part of the South Africa quarterly labor force survey in the near future. Together with this information, LMIS policymakers will benefit by being able to zoom on the labor force, understand the existing challenges that are related to skills mismatch. This will open doors for other targeted policies. I do confirm that the ILO stands ready to support South Africa to use LMIS as a platform to reverse the labor market challenges. The launching of this platform is not only important at national level, but also at regional level. SADC, as has been mentioned, is in the process of implementing the LMIS. The conceptual framework of the SADC Labor Market Observatory was adopted in the 2021 SADC Employment and Labor Sector Ministers and Social Partners meeting. ILO is therefore working with other stakeholders to prepare SADC countries for this monumental step. The different SADC countries are at different levels when it comes to data production. Some have not started the process of LMIS implementation at national level, while some, like South Africa, as we witnessed today, Botswana, they've already launched, Namibia, Seychelles, and Zimbabwe are also ahead in the process. South Africa is therefore a good example, which other countries in the region can look to as they prepare to own their LMIS implementation at national level and prepare for the regional SADC LMO. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would once again like to express our appreciation to the collaborative efforts and the good examples for effective institutional arrangements in South Africa. This work being a result of the collaboration between the key stakeholders in the LMIS implementation, Department of Labor, Statistics South Africa, as well as other stakeholders, working together to comment, clarify, elaborate, and agree on the points in a very structured process. With these remarks, I once again reassure you of ILO's commitment to continue this process, to continue this partnership at country level and at strategic level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msindo, for that brief, especially the brief that is really emphasizing the purpose of our gathering today in cementing the reasons why the department embarked on the mission to develop the labor market information system, as he indicated. In his address, we should carry home the importance of us having the system as South Africa, being part of the SADC. So we are doing what other people are doing in order to be on the right path and the right direction in ensuring that we do relevant things regarding the challenges that we have in the labor market. We also noted from you that this system is very valuable, colleagues, in that it will help us to ensure that our policy intervention, as he indicated, linking the system to the research and addressing the challenges that we face within the economy, within the labor market, it will provide the information that we need at a centralized space. So we really appreciate that address by Mr. Msindo. And according to our program colleagues, we are supposed to move now to the next item on our agenda. But before I do that, can I just take a breath by asking you to appreciate him once again. According to the program that is projected, you will see that we are supposed now to launch the LMI system through our Deputy Director General, the Inspector General, Ms. Egimuilwa. Colleagues, you would have noticed in the news, I think from the end of last week, the hype regarding our inspection and enforcement at the hospitality sector. So we booked her in, she is around, however there are strings of interviews that she's taking. And on that note, I want to propose that we skip that part. As soon as she finishes with those interviews, she will join us and handle that item. We thought by now she would have finished. Those who were listening to the radio, she started before 6 o'clock in the morning. So she's currently on another one, and then she's unable to join us now. So I will request that we move to the next item, and maybe before we move to that one, do a small portion of what she was supposed to do for us here, which is to acknowledge those who are with us in this event. Starting with the social partners that are here with us, we noted those coming from business. We have our partners, network partners from community, and I want to believe also those from labor, as we invited them to join us here today. So you are welcome here, present in the room, and those that are joining us online. We also want to appreciate the ILO. Just recently we have those two addresses from the ILO. We appreciate and welcome you for that. We also have SADC member states that will be joining us, I want to believe, online. I don't know, in fact, the ones who were supposed to be here, they changed plans, they are joining us online. We appreciate having them with us. We also have Statistics South Africa. We were expecting status A from the highest office, that is our statistician general. However, calls changed. They had to be at the portfolio committee in Cape Town. However, we have others who are representing them here. Colleagues from status A, we really appreciate your presence. And we have our departmental colleagues across the country. We have those who come from the provinces and those from head office, LMIS, our compensation fund, our UIF, our other branches within the department. Colleagues, we really appreciate your presence. And on that note, colleagues, also noting all protocols that I'm observing from where I'm standing here. And not forgetting, in fact, colleagues from higher education, colleagues from DSD, I saw colleagues from the Department of Social Development also gracing us here in this event, and our presenters from the University of Cape Town. We appreciate your presence, you making time to be with here in this morning. On that note, colleagues, okay, I'm being signaled to mention Botswana, but I thought I covered them within the SADC. They are also appreciated. They are some of the people who wanted to join us in this meeting physically, but I think as we leave, things change. As you plan, they don't come out exactly the way that we planned. But we know they are joining us virtually, and we appreciate them as well. And on that note, colleagues, I was trying to cover the first part that our Inspector General was supposed to cover. She will come and do the launch when she is ready after the interviews. Then I will expect us now to go to item 5 of the agenda. I see here on the agenda we have the video first, which are the videos meant to take us through the journey that as the department we walked through with ILO, with Status A, and everybody else who partnered with us in developing the system that is supposed to be launched here today. So we have those videos. I want to check if the audio issue is sorted. Okay. If that is sorted, colleagues, I will hand over to those who are supposed to kickstart it. There are 3 or 2 videos, if I'm not mistaken, of colleagues who will be taking us through the journey of developing the labor market information system. Over to you, gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Millicent Simono from the Labor Market Information Statistics in South Africa. I'm here to give you a brief background around how we implemented the LMI.stat in South Africa. Delegates from South Africa learned about the LMIS.stat at the 20th ICLS in 2018. At the conference, we learned about the importance of labor market statistics, bridging the gap between labor market supply and demand into the LMIS system. The first LMIS workshop took place in October 2019 in Pretoria, where the LMIS master plan list of indicators was developed on decent work and sustainable development goal indicators. In 2019, the department developed terms of reference to implement the LMI.stat in the country. Request for support and approval was granted in September 2019 by the ILO Pretoria office. Then the MOU was signed for ILO Department of Statistics to assist in the implementation of the project. In 2019, the first mission to South Africa, led by the ILO experts from Geneva, visited Dow, South Africa, to assess the data value chain in the department. After the visit by the ILO experts from Geneva, the signing of Memorandum of Understanding and the project document between the government agencies in implementing the LMIS and the ILO represented by the country and regional office was completed. Upon that, the definition of the governance structure for the LMIS was completed. The installation and configuration of the LMIS.stat2 was also completed. Upon that, the definition of set of indicators, that is variables and classifications to be implemented in the LMI.stat platform, was further concluded. Identification of sources of information on the labor market indicators, that is from Statistics South Africa, the Department of Employment and Labor, and the Department of Higher Education and Training, Department of Home Affairs and Productivity SA, was also concluded. Then the ILO conducted a training workshop orientated to data production aimed at statistical staff, economists, and metadata managers. The ILO office also conducted a data modeling and SDMIS workshop aimed at data producers and providers for the LMIS in March 2024. Again, training on analysts and decision makers in the LMI interpretation was provided. Also, configuration of the LMIS.stat2 for live production was completed in April 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, in May 2023, 5 delegates from the Department of Employment and Labor attended the advanced LMIS training in Turin, Italy. The team was composed of 3 data managers and 2 IT system developers. This progress was also recognized at the sub-regional LMIS launch workshop for Botswana, Namibia, South Africa in March 2024 in Johannesburg. This is where IT experts from ILO provided technical support to enhance the system in these 3 countries. To date, admin and survey data from Department of Employment and Labor and Statistics South Africa is uploaded in the Data Life Manager and the Data Explorer. With the collaboration between ILO and StatusA, Dell South Africa is hereby launching the LMIS system for public use. I thank you.
Thank you for the audio, for the video. I was expecting the second one to roll after the first one. However, I think we are continuing to experience some challenges with this audio. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would want us to welcome Dr. Nico. He's here. At least we won't have audio challenges. He will speak to us to address us regarding the role that our IT through him played in developing the LMI stat. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Dr. Nico. I think this issue of the video is inconveniencing us. We will take it after Dr. Nico. Hoping that those who have got technical skills will address the gap that we are experiencing, especially disadvantaging those who are joining us online. They cannot hear what we are saying. I will defer the last video due to that reason. Please help me to welcome Dr. Nico.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our colleagues far, far away. I'm not a typical man that stands at the podium and talk. I like to be there and engage. So if you find me walking away from the microphone, just bear with me. Yes, I was the project manager starting way back on this project, but like any good project, it can only be successful if you have a sponsor, and that sponsor was Mr. Kalipi, and my project owner was Mr. Muteli, and I really would like you to give them applause as well, because it was a team effort. Now if we go to the next page, they said I must prepare about 30 slides, so I tuned it down to 8, so don't worry, we'll have lunch soon. I think the next slide is the most important slide, and next slide please. The consolidation of the data sources in an automated fashion in order to reduce the complexity and to establish a shared platform to all labor-related indicators. Now, those indicators initially, there was nothing. And we started off from zero baseline. Those indicators and concepts grew to about 70 odd, code list well into the hundreds, and that actually formed the basis of what the master plan was all about, as the previous speakers have spoke about. All of that together, we needed to put it into an IT platform. The outcome, or the desired outcome, was a total integrated system with automated interfaces of internal and external data sources. Now I'm going to jump into that, and I really hope I can't bore you with the IT stuff, but let's look at the next slide to make sure we got the picture. So when we started off in the initiation stage, it's somewhere February, March 2022. Then all of us were a few years younger, and at that stage there was a thing called Windows, which you all got on your machines for those who don't have Mac machines. And in the Windows there was some databases created. The policy of the department at the stage said we had to have a development area and a production area. Well, those were two acronyms that didn't fit into the ILO vocabulary of IT, so we had to fix that slightly. We went through that planning phase quite rapidly, and sort of May to August 2022, we went through a pilot phase. It was critically important at that time that we do the pilot phase to establish, first, the previous speaker said we needed to learn, we needed to send people to Ring, to go and find knowledge there. There was other trainings by the ILO. Maria, you and your team was excellent. Thank you very much. Over the 2 years, I can make a speech on all the training that we got. So thank you very much to the ILO specifically for that. Then there was the relationship of that pilot was on Desiree's side from Statistics of South Africa. Again, Statistics South Africa, Desiree's team was humongous. They were giants. All of us knew this much. You see how much is that? Little. And quickly we found ourselves on our feet, and we could start with the 3 indicators that we used for the pilot phase. We rushed through a whole process. Now I think that green circle you see there should actually be a wheel of a spiral, because we have been continuously going through that. And that included multiple source systems. Now, for those who don't know, and maybe you do, the Department of Employment and Labour embarked on a SAP roadmap, meaning SAP technology. And SAP is, in its own right, where it has some challenges, and that data that comes off the disparate old systems, these systems goes back 10, 15 years, plus the SAP roadmap, plus what we got from Statistics South Africa, all these multiple sources had to be mixed into this winning recipe where we are today. And then we went through a period of time when we did some semi-automation, meaning there's still human involvement. But we quickly went past that point and we went to, and the objective is for 2025 to be a fully automated system with very little human intervention at that stage, so that the reports can be generated as and when required. Next slide, please. Now, this is an extract of 2019, and I deliberately put it up there that you can see our languages didn't meet at that stage. We used things like plan and organize. We used words like build. And I thought, what are we going to build? And then there was a word that still even today makes me scared. It's called dissemination. Now, in simple English, dissemination is put it into production. That build was when we had to put all the building blocks together. And that took us a pretty long time to do that. Now the next slide, don't get scared over the next slide, please, the next one. That is everything that was achieved. Isn't that remarkable to the department? We should actually give the department a good clap. Applause for that. Thank you, ma'am. And all protocols observed. I nearly forgot that. Where are we today? It is that red bar here on the end where the missile is going off. I can look only with awe at this achievement that we've gone through all those multiple things and names in there. And when I got it in 2019, 2020, I thought, what does all these words mean and what does it look like? And there's the result today. I'm going to the final slide. Sorry, please. Sorry, Wendy, I'll buy you a cup. Previous one. Yeah, that's just after this one. Folks, I'm not going to try and read these things to you, but I think the most important of the LMIS.stat system, it's a community-driven system. There's communities all over the world who can participate in our dissemination of our data, and likewise can the data be shared with other entities across the globe. It is in a macro data lifecycle coverage area. I'm going to put that macro, in some cases it does cover the micro as well. It's definitely an open source architecture. That architecture in the beginning, when they told me what is a DSD and a constructor and SMDX, well, those became synonyms today in my life, and I remember them. And definitely the architecture over the 2 years was component-based, and it was certainly something to be remembered by. The next slide, please, Remy. From this slide, you can see the complexity of what I was speaking about. We had, firstly, we had some data structure and definitions. That's DST, that's the thing with the little hat there, the hard hat there on the left. We have got a big M there in the middle, smart. So what it entailed was we had to take the raw data, the data we got from some data source. Now remember I said, at that stage we had the data coming from SAP systems, the UIF, Compensation Fund, the Department of Labor, Statistics. It was in different forms, shapes and sizes, mostly in spreadsheets, like we got the famous Excel spreadsheet at the bottom. Then we had to go through those iterations to get that data analyzed, and through the data modeling on the left of the screen and the concepts at the bottom end there, we have then managed to put out reports. The reports at that stage through the Explorer, Explorer today is fully functional, it can produce reports, and there's more than 100 reports, if you were wondering how many reports there are. If I go to the last slide, and that is a slide I would like to close off by. Remember initially when I started off, I said we started off by putting some databases on a Windows platform, on a Windows machines. Well, in the beginning of this year, we had the privilege and to move that away from Windows onto Linux. Now, what I'm saying is, it's like taking your Windows PCs you're using, and I'm taking it away and I'm giving you a Mac machine. Well, there's going to be frustration because the Windows people love the Windows and the Mac people love the Mac. What we also did is we've converted those databases, the ones we initially started off, and placed it into container world, or as it's called, Kubernetes. There's 13 containers today with information in. There's about 13 proxy settings for the people who looks at statistics. We had to go through many security and IT firewall stuff, the world of IT, to make sure that data is safe, but still visible from a global perspective. I kindly thank you, and thank you for this opportunity and special invitation. Wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nico, or just Nico, he prefers to be called Nico. Thank you very much for filling in that gap regarding the journey that the department traversed to develop the LMI system that we are about to launch today. In a brief, ladies and gentlemen, the previous speakers up to Nico, they are trying to tell you where we come from, where we didn't have a labor market information system, where labor market information is sitting everywhere else, and the journey here is to take us into having the centralized system where if you are to make decision that needs statistic, you will be able to go press the button and be able to find anything and everything that we want. We don't have everything there yet, but we are in the journey to make a full labor market information system. So far we have achieved the 50 indicators that you have noted. Colleagues, now I think is the time to watch the video that will be presenting to us the LMI system. We opted to do the video. We thought it will be easy to follow, and I want to believe the audio issue had been addressed by now. So let's go into the video to see the LMI system that those who have spoken before are talking about. The LMI system is coming over. Wendy, if you can, let's up the volume.
Shows dimensions such as economic activity, time period, indicator, wage stoppage. You can apply filters to select time period of your choice, economic activity of your choice. This is the table view of strikes recorded. You may notice that economic activities are displayed in columns, while time periods are displayed in rows. Information can be presented in charts. There are various options to select from. In this case, we are going to select Start from Chart. This is how information is displayed in a selected Start from Chart. tables and charts can be downloaded and saved as pictures or CSV files in an Excel worksheet.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting notices that there are those who cannot follow the video. The volume was too low when we start. If possible, when we please restart with the maximum volume, maybe it will be audible to everyone who is interested. Okay. Okay, let's address the lights. I don't know who knows where the light switch are. And increase the font on the projector there when we maximize the volume, and then we restart the presentation, please.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Levina Mayeni, so I'll be taking you through the LMIS statistic table. This is our landing page, which shows different kinds of indicators that are in the LMIS. This is our landing page, which shows different kinds of indicators that are in the LMIS statistic. From the list of indicators, you can put down to select the indicator of your choice, e.g. workshop pages. The resulting display shows strength recorded by economic activity, shows dimensions which are economic activity, time period, indicator, workshop page. You can apply filters to select time period of your choice, economic activity of your choice. This is the table view of strength recorded. You may notice that economic activities are displayed in columns, while time periods are displayed in rows. Information can be presented in charts. There are various options to select from. In this case, we're going to select start row chart. This is how information is displayed in a selected start row chart. Tables and charts can be downloaded and saved as pictures or CSV files in an Excel worksheet. Filters can be applied to the disapplication of any indicator. This table shows unemployment rate indicator filtered by sensitive groups, and in this case, autonomous data was selected. This link can be used to access data explorer. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to apologize for the quality of that video. The volume was not good for us in the room. I don't know how much it would have been for those who are listening virtually. But we apologize for that, and I don't know if it is possible to be shared. This will be shared with you, will be able to listen at your own time and space. However, we had skipped an item on our agenda earlier, as I apologized, that our Inspector General is taking a string of interviews regarding our enforcement and inspection issues that are currently trending. She had been on interviews, as I indicated, for those who listen to the radio. I think from 6 o'clock they were mentioning her name, Egimuilo, coming, Egimuilo addressing the nation regarding occupational health issues and other labor market issues. So she's here with us, colleagues, now. I'll request that you help me welcome our, she still wants a breath, but she will take it as she walks to the podium. Our Inspector General, Ms. Egi Muilwa, coming to address us on the launch of the system, an item that we would have liked to have it earlier, but it still fits, as we just concluded, ladies and gentlemen, to listen to the presentation of the system itself. So here comes the launch by the Inspector General.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. You didn't even give you a moment to breathe. But anyway, as I'm trying to organize myself, I just want to appreciate the fact that I've been invited here. I don't take it for granted. LMIS has always been my first love in the department, and I spent many years of my working life in the LMIS space. So you are well appreciated. Why the labor market information system? I wasn't told how much time I have, so just indicate if because I do get carried away, I must be honest. According to Beverly Sills, she says that there are no shortcuts to any place worth going. Today is a milestone. It is a place that is worth going to. And you can't be under any illusions that it's going to be a shortcut, because it's not going to be. One of the things that are fundamentally important for days like today, when you're talking the labor market information system, is the degree to which we coordinate as role players. Whether we are conscious or not, the work that we do, we're basically collecting information. It is also a reminder that we are a global role player. Competence has got to be part of the work that we do. Harvesting labor market intelligence has got to be second nature, so that our planning skills are honed in a way that is going to make us better as a department. And clearly, I'm going to be biased towards the department because I'm speaking on behalf of the department. Our matters aren't unique to us. Successful economies are preoccupied with keeping the tabs on labor market trends. Because if you do not do that, if you ignore that, you're doing it to your own detriment as an institution. There's no self-respecting institution that is just going to take a path that is oblivious. You've got to consciously make sure that you put above most things the issue of tapping into the labor market. We are gathered here also to affirm the fact that as South Africans, as the department, we've got a story to tell. Our story has got to be coordinated, it's got to be listened to. However, we've got to earn the right of being listened to. And part of what we're doing here is assisting us to do just that. The shape and form of the labor market information that we should have and that we should desire, what should it consist of? We're looking forward to a single labor market system that is in tune with international standards to provide timeless data. I think the emphasis should be there. Timeless data in measuring decent work and sustainable developmental goals. There are indicators along that, and as a country, we're not exempted to measure ourselves in terms of development and the extent to which we're growing in various areas that we measure through the labor market indicators. Developments are global. Every single country is preoccupied with development. How do we make the lives of our citizens better? How do we become the best in the game that we do? We look at the SADC region, and I'm sure you can attest that as we're sitting here, there are countries still in Africa that are doing the same thing. So we've got to remain relevant. We are not an island. We exist within a global village. And we fine-tune each other in that regard. Some of the key labor market indicators that I want to talk to are, the obvious one will be employment, unemployment, and underemployment. Our country is really under one of the highest unemployment rates in the world. We know they're structural, the unemployment rates. We know that it's youth that is mainly hit hard by virtue of the fact that if you look into how our population is broken down, the biggest cohort will be our young people. We've got that challenge. It is a labor market indicator. It is the duty of government, it is the duty of the department to say that part of the cohort of the citizenry, how do we take care of them? To make sure that those that are outside employment, that should be employed. What is it that you're doing? In terms of our active labor market policies, and sometimes not so active labor market policies, but each one of them has got a role to play in addressing issues of employment even. I've taken I don't know how many interviews since this morning, so my day has started very, very late. In the space of inspections and enforcement services, we come in on the level of employment. So we come in there to make sure that the conditions of employment and the standards of employment are complied with. Trust you me, compliance doesn't come naturally to a human being. We're not wired up that way. We are wired up to go astray. And that is why there's the Bible and preachers. People are sinful beings. So from time to time, we need to be brought into the straight and narrow. That flows over even into the workplaces. There simply is no culture of employment, or of compliance. We're coming to make sure that there's got to be job preservation. Those that are in jobs need to remain in the jobs. The issue of unemployment, I spoke about it, and underemployment. There are people whose skills are not being taken advantage of because of numerous reasons. Some of which could be in this room. You probably have outgrown the position that you are at. Could be at a deputy director level, actually discharging at even chief director level. But due to the way things are and everything else, you find yourself underemployed because you're going to utilize it at that level. The distribution of the workforce across occupational classes, it's one key labor market indicator. That is why we have laws such as the Employment Equity Act, where we say, yes, you've employed people, but what does the workforce look like? And I saw Mtswaki earlier on, I'm sure she can talk better on these matters. Unati, I see you. You guys can talk better on the issues of employment equity, because sometimes people are just trapped. There's an artificial glass ceiling, and there's a sticking floor syndrome where people just remain where they are. And some workplaces are not bothered. We've got the informal economy. Informal economy, employment in the informal economy, it's one of the key labor market indicators. I'm looking forward to a time when we will say we've tapped into the informal economy as a department. And these are the findings. I want to argue that even the policies that we have in place are not tailor-made for the informal economy. Just recently, as recent as probably last year, we started with research-based inspections in the informal economy. What we have found is that there's still some mileage to cover between us and the informal sector. You can't simply walk in the informal economy and want to enforce. Think of a person that is at a street corner, a vendor. Yes, I'm a vendor, but I'm not talking about the type of vendor. I'm talking about somebody who's standing there selling loose drawers or selling whatever sweets or whatever. Do you know that they're exposed to environmental issues? You know, ergonomics comes in, repetitive things. They do the same thing over and over throughout the day. Where the workstations, most of which leave a lot to be desired. However, you can't just walk in there and want to start enforcing occupational health and safety. You've got to come up with a different way of doing it. Some of our implementation model, service delivery models, are redundant, and yet we continue on the same path. It's just like kicking the can down the road. We hardly ever think about how do policies, through research, how can we have them tailor-made to an extent that they start to address pertinent and real issues on the ground, and we need to be empowered in that regard. For me, this city shouldn't just be a tick-box exercise. That on my APP, I've got this event that I've got to carry on. It's got to be a time of introspection. And we need to say, as researchers, people that should be entrusted to the intelligence, what is it that we are doing? Do we measure the impact of the laws that are in place? Or are we just on a joyride, doing the same things the same way over and over? Actually, one of the most brilliant brains that ever lived, Albert Einstein says that if you do the same thing, you will get what you always get. So you can't do the same thing and expect different results. You guys have got to be, you've got to be that rude awakening. To say, wake up, the world is moving on. Labor productivity is one of the indicators that we should think about. It's one thing to have people in employment, it's quite the other to have them productive. There's some elements of presentism. You see it everywhere, it features everywhere. A person will be in the office for 8 hours, and out of those 8 hours, you find that they were productive only in 1 hour. The other hours, they're just moving around. You know the busybodies? You know, they will know, and they know all the gossip. Like the corridor politics, you just ask them. They'll tell you what is happening. And besides that, people are also not empowered to a way where the best out of them is brought out. After all is said and done, arguably we're going to spend most of our times in workplaces. And probably for some of us, it could be the only place where you are able to mold a legacy for yourself. How are we doing on the productivity scale? We've got remuneration, wages, and pay gaps as some of the indicators. You know, on Sunday, when most of you might have seen, when we were blitzing Babel and Ocean Basket. In Babel, for instance, the workers there don't have, not even a single one of them has got a contract of employment. They don't have a basic wage. You depend on tips. You just depend on tips. Needless to say that that's just exploitation at its worst levels. Those things are happening. How do we arrest them? How does research come in to begin to help us to address those type of things? We've got people that are caught in the working poor syndrome. Yes, they are working, however, they're stuck in poverty. Not because of their own doing, but because of how the system is designed. We need to think about that. The business of the department in the context of the labor market indicators, we need to come up with policy solutions and interventions. Well thought out policy solutions and well thought out interventions. We've got laws such as the BCA, National Minimum Wage Act. How are they doing? When was the last time we've had a dipstick to say these laws have been in existence? Some of them in existence just after democracy. I think there's only one law that is still pre-democracy. It is the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 1993. Hence, we're reviewing it. And even in the space of reviewing it, I still feel that it could have been better, and we had research that is pointed, that is timeless, that is going to assist us to say, here's a law that has been in existence for this number of years. And how do we make it more effective? We've got, I know somewhere there's research that we did around social security. And it's something that I take it, if I understood the brief correctly, it's something that we're going to be talking about. We've got the Unemployment Insurance Act, we've got the Unemployment Contribution Act, we've got COIDA. Those are meant to be social policy interventions. And both laws have been recently amended. To what degree did you bring in researchers with their knowledge, and also not just local but global as well, as we go through this? So there are gaps, even in our own processes. The way we process laws, the whole issue of policy development, policy formulation, implementation, monitoring, review, and. We need to work as a chain. Each one has got to come in with some value add. More often than not, we see ourselves as silos, working silos. Sometimes you get more educated from a public platform than you do from your colleagues. I hinted on issues of employment equity. The emphasis is on equity. What about equality? Because there's a difference between the two. Equity doesn't necessarily mean that we're equal. Got to think about it. You go into the space of Occupational Health and Safety Act, the well-being of human beings, the well-being of, and the Occupational Health and Safety Act doesn't just protect the workers. It also protects every person that could be in and around that workplace at that point in time. Think about the George collapse, for instance, that took place earlier this year, where about 30 people went down in the building. Around that area, there are houses. I went to that place. Next to houses. Imagine you're busy with your washing. Because this thing happened to you the day, it was about 2 o'clock or so. You're busy with your laundry or whatever. There was the next thing, boom. And people that had first-hand information said the sound, the impact, and the dust. And those people arguably could also suffer from PTSD. How do we come in from a space of learned behavior, learned information, to make sure that our laws, when we emphasize compliance, we also think about collateral damage. Think about issues of occupational health and safety also goes to mental health. However, most of the time, and diseases, most of the time the emphasis could be on injuries. You know why? Because an injury, it's live. You can see it. Everyone can see that this person is injured. They need to be taken care of. Or this building is collapsed. But when it comes to diseases, there is a very latent effect. People that are exposed to things like asbestos, for instance, it could take years before they feel that, hey, there's something wrong. There's something wrong here. Mental health issues. Workplace bullying. It's a contravention of the law. It sounds soft. And there are people that have gone to an extent of resigning, opting to stay at home because of mental bullying. There are people whose bodies you can see, they can see here's a human being. They are breathing more now, yes, but the soul is gone because of mental issues. That's some of the things that we do. The value of research. The same Albert Einstein that I quoted earlier said that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. For me, one of the sharpest ways of making sure that our thinking is fine-tuned is empirical evidence. Policy development, monitoring, and review needs to be shaped to a large extent by research. Policy responsiveness has got to be shaped by research. As I conclude, taking my 20 minutes, I refer to research in social security. And I know that, like I said earlier, that the United Nations defines the social protection as an integrated set of social policies designed to guarantee income security and access to social services for vulnerable groups in particular. This includes basic income in the form of pensions, in the form of temporary intervention. You look at the UI, for instance. The UI comes in instances where people would have been displaced from their works temporarily, either due to an injury, illness, whatever. 14 days, it says, if your illness is 14 days or longer, you can get access. Maternity, adoption, even beneficiaries get it. So the research includes basic income security in the form of various social transfers such as pension, availability and affordability of access to essential social services such as health, water and sanitation, education, food security, housing, and. The challenges needing social security are today exacerbated by high speed of technology, unprecedented levels of unemployment, natural disasters, amongst others. Furthermore, social protection serves to provide a means through which people are unable to get decent jobs. Our country is preoccupied with the matter of decent job creation. We don't want just to create jobs, but we want to create decent ones. And in that way, we should be able to give effect to the concept of decent work. We also acknowledge research reports to be shared, which expressed that social security must be understood as a first step that cumulatively works towards higher levels of social protection, as a lot of our people are still trapped in poverty and underdevelopment. We believe that if our citizens get decent employment through our well-structured and well-founded social security measures and adequate social protection, we would have moved in terms of achievement. And I want to congratulate you on this initiative. Thank you.
Can we please appreciate you again? apologies for that. I just wanted to highlight a few things that our Inspector General gave us as a homework, especially the team that is working on developing the LMI system and responsible for research. That as leadership, they will appreciate us giving them empirical evidence as we chart our path to direct the labor market course. And she also gave us a homework to look at what we are doing around the informal economy, especially employment in the informal economy, particularly on the disjuncture between the laws that are there, their applicability to those that are working or employed within the informal economy, and the challenges that they are facing on their day-to-day lives. And we also appreciate Inspector General, the homework for us to be able to hone into these labor market indicators, use them to help the department to craft policies that are informed by empirical evidence, by the information that the LMIS will bring, as well as the research. That, if I kept up what she said, will help in terms of improving amendments to our labor legislation. She touched on them in different ways, particularly the employment equity, whereby she reminded us that we should know that equity and equality are not the same. And what is it that the LMI and the research is saying towards achieving that particular objective? And I think on that note, I just briefly kept those as some of the things that those who are here, who want to use the LMI and the research going forward, will take in order to do things differently as we move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we came to the point where we are supposed to break for our tea and then resume later on into the session that will address the questions presented. It's 10:30, I think. We were supposed to break a little bit earlier. So I suggest that we break. We come back, we do the last part that we missed in terms of the work that we've been doing from the beginning. That is the panel or the session that will engage questions from those who are gracing us here in the room and also virtually. However, I want you to note that our Inspector General took her time to come and do this launch with us today. Those who were involved in the planning would have noted that we pitched this event very up high and we couldn't get our minister. We couldn't get our deputy ministers. You saw the name of the sponsor being reflected. The sponsor is not here. Everyone is called into parliament today. However, she managed to sacrifice to say, I will be with you before I go to Cape Town. So I want on that note, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate her with that was so that we release her to go to parliament. We will take a 20 minutes break and come back to resume from where we are stopping. Thank you very much for your attention. questions, comments regarding the system that was presented since we started here this morning. On my left-hand side, I have experts who are going to respond to anything that would be posed their way. I have on my immediate left Ms. Maria Payet, who is a senior statistician at the International Labour Organization Decent Work Team in the Pretoria office. Next to her, we have Ms. Desiree Manamela. She's the Chief Director, Labour Statistics from Statistics South Africa. On the far left, we have Mr. Abraham Smutedi. He's our Director, Labour Market Information and Statistics. This is the team that played a crucial role in the development of the system. So I think they are better placed to respond to any area that you would ask, but we also know that we have other experts in our midst, people like Wendy, people like Dr. Nico, who can come in if the questions need them. And on that note, I will open the floor for questions, ladies and gentlemen, by show of hands. I don't know, Wendy, if there's any question online, if you will be able to see that, and then we will take it after addressing those who are here with us. Bev, I don't know any dignified way of referring to you, but I'm recognizing Bev from business. Any other hands? I know tech business. Okay. Maybe I should do it in that way, business like me. No Bev, but business. Any other hand? I think we can give Bev the mic. Is it the only one?
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Bev Jack, I'm from business. First of all, our deep congratulations to the ILO team. I actually lead the NEDLAC Decent Work Country program from a SteerCo from a business perspective. And this is a piece of work that we really, really welcome. I think for many reasons, evidence-based data to help inform our decision making. But I think particularly from a business perspective, we've got two questions that we really have today, and that is, in our midst we have one of our colleagues from DHEAD, who we've been working with from an LMIS perspective, from a critical skills perspective, and actually driving labour market supply and demand, which I think was alluded to today, but really didn't do a deep dive, and I think it's unfortunate we haven't seen the indicators yet. But I think there was an indication in terms of skills and skills mismatch is probably part of the evolution in terms of where we are actually going. So the two questions we actually have is, first of all, the integration of the systems, because it is critical, and I think particularly from a business perspective, speak for all constituents, I think, that we have a single system. And we've already seen some fragmentation in terms of SAU's MOBI, where we still have the ESSA system and SAU's MOBI, and we need to encourage our members to work on both. And a single system, and I heard the Inspector General actually talking about a single system. So really to share with us the evolution and the steps to be taken in terms of integrating the DHEAD data, and ensuring that we have a single system that's actually informing us from a stats perspective. And if we're looking at elements like employment and underemployment, unemployment, skills we've talked about is a critical element. The second element is of course about the bringing in, so that's the integration of the system, but also holistically bringing in the skills data, because we know it's at multiple points. But we're very keen to, we understand that we are sitting with a significant skills mismatch. I think we're very fortunate that we work with the ILO team, where we have at NEDLAC a skills task team, specifically doing research in those areas, but we need a single repository to be able to be drawn on by the various social partners. So if you could give us an indication in terms of those elements, but we don't want to take away at all how delighted we are to see us moving forward in this direction. The automation of data, those of you who struggle in terms of UI, etc., know how critically important it is that we make this kind of progress in digitalization. So thank you.
Let me check if there's any additional question before we ask our panel to respond. We have from our constituency community, we don't call people by first name.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Kwanti Matlagala from Community Constituency at NEDLAC. We would like to also appreciate the new system that is in place now. Just to find out, because I heard that it will be on the public platform. So how is it going to be secured not to be manipulated?
Thank you very much. Can I check if there's somebody else who want to come in? I think I will hand over to the team to respond. Let me start from Mr. Mteti.
Thank you. I think the critical issue here is about the integration in terms of the indicators. You'll notice that what we have now is basically within the platform of international standard. The software, which is basically in line with LMIS.stat, respond to most of the indicators in the labor market. So the question about integrating what we don't have now, one would say that could be part of the second phase. Maybe it was not well shown. There is a report which we call the LMIS Master Plan. For those who have access now, if you click on that link, there was a link which was shown as we were presenting, the DE.LMIS and so on. You'll see that a thick report of about 81 or 80 pages. It gives you a long list of different indicators. Those are the indicators we are aiming to upload to this system. Now, what we have seen, a short demonstration, actually it captures your attention only maybe out of all this. There are more than 80 indicators, which we are still collecting the data for the time being. But what you see there, you'll see maybe 80% of the indicators comes from the QLFS. QLFS, as you all know, is South Africa. Okay. That is one side of the indicators. The other side, as you know, is that what we call the administrative data. And some of this data, you get it from the Department of Employment and Labor, the Department of Home Affairs, DHET, and so on. We are aware of the labor market intelligence. But when you look at the content of that, the labor market intelligence, you might find that it might be a subset to this bigger platform. That's where we are. So the second phase will be talking to any other indicators which are not, so far, not captured in this system. So we are aware of that. Today we are trying to say to you, the system is there, the system is free, you can access to it. It's a national system, even though the leadership of the custodian of these people who worked on that, they belong to the Department of Employment and labor, but it is a national, as we say, a single source of data. It will allow anyone, wherever you are, to access the data, and you can even apply your comparison against any other countries, because you are applying the same standard. So if you want to compare your data, maybe let's say South Africa vis-a-vis Tanzania, you will find that the data talks to the same language. So we are aware of that issue of the integration, and we are trying to promote the LMIS.stat in order for us to have this as a fundamental. As we were talking within the SADC region, this is the system which we are trying to promote, which will include anything related to skills or anything which talks to the mismatch and so on. So we are there. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Like I was introduced, I'm from Statistics South Africa, and our mandate is to produce data and share it with the users. And the users are everybody who is in this hall, or yeah, I think hall is right here. Yeah. So one of the things about what has been happening with the LMIS from the beginning to now, I mean, like any other project, there will be challenges. I mean, one of the things that we sort of experienced in the beginning was how do we integrate data from status A to the data from there. But I mean, there are some IT securities that we had to, overcome for us to get to where we are. That's why I think in Dr. Nico's presentation, he mentioned some of the data that was shared between the two departments was through Excel spreadsheets. Because as part of the launch, we had to find ways to ensure that the data that is needed based on our master plan is shared from Statistics South Africa to the Department of Labor. Now, I mean, as let us say, like it has been mentioned, that we do not collect the data to put it in our repositories. Quarter to quarter, we collect data on the labor force survey. However, we are unable to produce or publish everything that we collect from the field. Now, the LMIS is supposed to assist in that direction. And if you look, I think maybe because the presentation that was made about the system was, we sort of experienced some challenges. But if you go into that system, you find that there are some indicators that quarter to quarter we cannot publish, but they are publicly available. So all of the data that you see on the system is data that is in the public domain, be it through the quarterly labor force releases, be it through our microdata. And I think it was also mentioned earlier that for any other support, we are available, especially in the interpretation of the data that is also in the system. Now, I mean, in terms of data integration from different other sources, at the current moment, what you see in the system is data from mostly from Statistics South Africa. And I think Statistics South Africa, it should be mentioned that we are here because we are the organization or the department that hosts most of the data on labor market statistics. That's why we were first sort of approached in terms of the labor market system. So we are part of this because of most of the data that we have in terms of the labor statistics. And it wasn't an easy project, like I have mentioned. Now, one of the other other thing that was mentioned about skills mismatch. Alexio mentioned in his presentation that I don't think it was an order, Alexio. It was a strong recommendation that Statistics South Africa should start collecting data that will enable us to measure skills mismatch. Last week, we had the opportunity to go through a training with ILO, where they took us specifically the labor statistics department, and some of the users, Reserve Bank, Department of Labor was also represented there, on the new
standards that have been adopted by the ILO. The ILO has already adopted 3 standards over the past 15 years. And as Tata said, we have managed to adopt one of the standards that was adopted in 2013 on work, statistics on work, employment and labor underutilization. Now we are working very closely with the ILO to ensure that our users have accurate, time-years data that is of good quality and also that is aligned with international standards. So we are in the process of reviewing our quarterly labor force instruments, including our other labor market statistics like the volunteer wage, child labor and all of those, so that everything that we collect in the labor statistics is aligned with those standards. So it's a process that we are working on. And one of the things that we learned last week was on skills mismatch. We haven't been able to respond to questions or requests on skills mismatch because of the way our questionnaire is designed. But based on what we learned last week and working closely with the ILO and with the strong recommendation from the director of ILO, Victoria, you'll correct me there, it's one of the things that we have to look into so that we respond to the needs of our users. And maybe also just lastly to mention that, we receive requests on a daily basis on the labor market statistics. Some of them come through emails, phone calls, different ways. And the LMIS system is going to also sort of relieve the pressure from us. And some of the things you simply go to the system and run a table of employment by industry and sex without having to call us. Not to say that you should not call us. You can still call, send emails and say, how do I, or if you are unable to use the system, just for assistance. But as much as the system is here, what you see in there, it's not all that the system can do. There's more to the system than what you see there. Because the aim is to involve all other departmental stakeholders that are involved in the labor market, data collection, production, all of those. So it's the beginning of a bigger, picture. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and all protocols observed. My name is Maria from the International Labour Organization. So I will try to address all the points raised. So you see, when it comes to data, the ones who produce data normally do not like explaining the data. And LMIS is meant to bridge that gap between the actual number and what is it that we can do with the number. So the strength of LMIS lies not only in what it can show, the amount of indicators or the figures, but also in the framework that it provides. So when the director Alexio made his speech, he made reference to the decent work framework. So you see, this is all about decent work. This is all about helping people. This is all about improving the lives of people. And we can do that by using a particular framework. There are many ways that this can be done, but using an ILO perspective, we work with the decent work framework, with the 4 pillars of decent work, which is employment creation, social dialogue, access to social protection, governance. So how do countries know whether or not they are doing well in these different pillars of decent work? So how do we know if we've made progress? So LMIS here, it provides a particular framework by organizing indicators in a particular way. So the way that the indicators are organized, there's 11 groups that are used, will help the policymakers or the researchers or anyone to say something about a particular phenomenon, right? A particular group of decent work. So, for example, the director in his speech, he made reference to youth. So if you want to say something about the youth population, the youth situation, their experience in the labor market, will everyone know which indicator to click on? Which indicator to look at to say something about the youth population? Probably not everyone. So the LMIS is supposed to help us with that framework. So if you want to know what is the experience of the youth population in the labor market, you should be able to go on there and then click on youth, and then all the indicators related to youth should appear and should help you to frame your thoughts, right? If you want to know how is South Africa progressing in the area of equal opportunities, whether or not there is a glass ceiling, whether or not men and women have different experience in the labor market, then you click on that particular subgroup of decent work. It's got a particular name, equal opportunities. And you see all the indicators in that group that give you information about the phenomenon so that you understand what is going on in your country. Similarly for skills, the idea is to be able to populate the LMIS with skills indicators. So skills indicators, some of them are already being compiled through the administrative sources, your Ministry of Education, through quarterly labor force survey, but through other survey. But these are skills indicators which shows information about, let's say, education level or field of study. But it is 2024 in the country, and other countries have gone through a pandemic, and there is a lot of challenges in the labor market, so we need more information. Hence why ILO is strongly encouraging Statistics South Africa to now consider measuring skills and qualification mismatch. So countries like to go towards skills anticipation, which is very good, but first of all, let's start thinking about what skills level do our population, our labor force have. So are they really doing the jobs they were trained for? Is it why now there is a lot of underemployment? If you're doing the job of somebody trained in a particular field and you have not been trained, what happens to that person? Do they then end up unemployed? Why are people facing mismatch? In what area of the country? In what age group are they? What is it that they study? So to be able to understand these policy questions, we need the relevant data. LMIS is not going to give data that is not being produced. It's going to organize the data. So this is why there is a push for the country to now consider skills mismatch indicators in addition to the indicators that it is producing. Now with the integration, yes and no. So yes, there is a need for integration. Why? Because we don't want 50 systems and people having to go on 50 systems. But at the same time, the idea of LMIS is for people to understand that we cannot make policies using one indicator, because people tend to only want to use the unemployment rate. It's a very high unemployment rate for South Africa, and this is it. Same with integration of systems. So there's different sets of systems. There's the job seekers platform, which is very important. It has its uses, but it is a job seekers platform. And now LMIS is also another platform which gives us additional information. Perhaps in the future, the idea, like Mr. Muteli stated, will be to integrate all of these systems. But I'm not sure that it should start off with integration, because people might still confuse LMIS as a job seekers platform, and it is not. Job seekers, it's part of employment services, it has its importance, but LMIS is about indicators, it is about labor market information. So perhaps it is something that can be considered, perhaps in the way that it is shown. It is packaged, a one-stop website for all of them. But to begin with, I do see the importance of showing them differently so that people appreciate them first and then they can be brought together. And now, although Desiree has answered the question about access, about security, I want to add that no microdata goes in the LMIS. There is no microdata about where you live, who you live with, in which province will go in the LMIS. These are indicators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give Wendy and Dr. Nico just to add their views regarding the question of security. I'll start on my far end with Wendy. If there's anything that will help to allay fears of LMIS system.
Thank you very much. To respond to that question, we have to currently the information that you see is a report that will be available to the public. but the way the information is published, there is a system that is running at the back end that has been provided by ILO that we have implemented, where the information is therefore stored by the different teams. So currently, Stats SA and DAL team has been working on updating the information, which is then public in this one space, which will also go to the global view in the ILO.stats space. So I would really appreciate, maybe after this session, we can start the engagement so that we can extend also the training that has been done to the team, to everyone else that still needs to participate, and we can add more indicators as per the master plan that we need to complete. As Nico also indicated, there was a plan that we should cover almost all the indicators by 2025. So we are targeting the next group that will be added as part of this project.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's hear from Dr. Nico, and then you will advise if we have online questions. Wendy.
Good morning, everybody. We're getting to the middle of the day, it's getting hotter. So on the matter of security, I think we can rest assured that the security currently implemented is adequate for what the LMIS stat system needs to produce. Obviously, if there's people with ill intent in the world, they will always find a hole in the security network. But for very practical reasons, I repeat what I said this morning. There is multitudes of containers, somewhere in the region of 13. There's proxy servers. These are technical gory detail. Those are also in similar number. But to get to that data, and I support what Madam Desri and Mr. Abrams and Maria said, the data is sitting in databases in a data center, very securely. So rest assured, you can use the statistical data as best as you can. And I think we should just close the topic on security. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. The question is closed. I want to check if we have online questions. On that note, there are no online questions. I will take the last round. I recognize business Nonisiwe, and then I'll go to Northwest, Rep, and Onati in that order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We spoke about training, and just for clarity's sake, that's training that would be, for instance, would you be able to give to employers or certain stakeholders? Who's that training referring to?
I think it's just
greetings everyone. My name is Rama Moro and I am from the Northwest Province. I've got a couple of questions. I don't know if I'll ask them in the right order. But the first question, I think it was partly answered when the panel was answering. It had to do with the capacity. You know, we can have these systems in the public domain, but it becomes very challenging for the users to use these systems because they don't know how to use them. So, for people, for the users who have never accessed the system, how friendly is the system? Do we have a guide on how we can use the system? Do we have things like both frequently asked questions? So if I can get some clarity on the capacity to the users. Also things like if I want a certain table, can it be exported to different types of Microsoft files, like Word, Excel, etc. like that. The next question, how frequent will these indicators be updated? For example, can I go into the system right now and have the quarter 1 QLFS indicators, the 2024 quarter 1 indicators? Or you have a publication, but the updating to the system takes a year, takes 3 months after the publication, because some of these things, they've got a serious dent to our users, saying that the data becomes irrelevant when it's only available after a longer period. So how frequent is these indicators updated in the system? And then the last question that I have, which is, I think it's a burning question for every user of the data. The Census 2022 indicators. I want to also ask, I don't know if it will apply to other indicators, but I want to know, in the system, do we have these indicators, can you extract them to a point of a main place level? I don't know, I think Statistic describes main place as like your wards, all those villages. Can we have these indicators up to that level? Because if I'm in a province, obviously I'm working with municipalities, I'm working with the kings and the traditional leaders who will want data within their wards, within their villages. Can I have indicators up to that level? That also touches to, we are approaching a year since census has been released. We need the main place data, but we need the lower level data for census, because we did not purchase any other data from somebody thinking that census is available, but we are struggling. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Unati Ramapulana from the Department of Employment and Labor. I think firstly just to also share the sentiments of everyone who's spoken with regards to the appreciation that we have about the system. So I've got 3 questions which I think will touch to the 3 aspects on the table. The first one, I think Udesri indicated or touched on the statistics on child labor, which is the SAYP. So my question around it is whether the LMIS stat will be integrated to that system, or the research, or what is the intention with regards to the SAYP. Then the second question that I have, I think as a policymaker, I'm very much excited with the LMIS stat, because when you talk about the National Minimum Wage Commission, they sort of rely on the data that will inform them when they are advising the minister on a reviewing of the national minimum wage. So we're looking at checking the employment trends, sectoral demands, and wage levels across the sectors. So my question also, I think it will go to Mr. Muteti. I think he talked about the fact that there will be data that will be coming from Department of Employment and Labor. So my question also is that, will you also get data from bargaining councils? And I'm asking that because when you talk about wage levels, you're talking about also wages that are concluded in bargaining councils and in collective agreements. So I need to know whether you will also be getting data from the different bargaining councils around the country. And the last question that I have, I think, goes to Maria. I'm interested in wanting to understand, and I think the guy from Northwest also touched on my point also, because I wanted to know how often will we be able to get data from the LMIS stat, because right now we're busy with the labor law reforms at NEDLEC, and also the commission is busy reviewing the national minimum wage for 2025. So I'm trying to understand now, when they go through the system, will they be able to find data that they are looking for? And with regards to ILO, I need to understand whether will the data that is in the system be shared with the ILO in terms of the repository at ILO, because we've had instances where sometimes we meet with ILO and then we find that there's data that ILO doesn't know that is in South Africa. So whether will there be a link between what data we have in the LMIS stat with the ILO repository? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that final round of questions. I will hand over to my experts. I don't know who will volunteer to start. Unfortunately, I'm going to be a rules program director. another item after this. However, to be nice, I'm offering my panel to be available to you offline. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Program Director. Colleagues, we all know it's a new system in South Africa, so it requires people to learn about that, and that talks to the training process. The department is open to that. Your request can be forwarded to us. The little knowledge we know about the system, we can open that maybe in a different forum. So everyone, wherever you come from, the training will be provided. As you received the software for free, so one will assume that ILO will support us in that process. We'll have different, probably meetings or workshop and so on, just to open the system to everyone so to understand the process. It is what's a bit unfortunate because you did not see the juicy part of or the beauty of that system. So what we are saying for that question, referring to the training will be provided depending on where would you like us to come and join you, or you can join us in Lagoria House in Pretoria, but we can agree on that. My colleague Fanuel, if something is missing there in terms of different questions and different answers already made, that's the platform as it was provided. If it is missing, we'll talk to ILO and then we'll see how we can maybe add value on that. That was my way of understanding it in terms of our users, which might become part of the icon which says help button. So we'll look at that and then see. But that also goes with the training I was referring to. Exporting the data, my chief, that is a simple exercise. You didn't see, Wendy, I'm not sure, maybe you can take us back there. It gives you that, yes, just open any table. Somewhere there is, you see there is something they said, share. So if you click on that, let's assume that you want to use that table. It will take you there and it will request you to provide your email address. And then you can add your email address there, and then you click a button, and then the data comes to you in whatever format you want. CSV, PDF, or Excel, and then you can play around with that. As you play around with the data on your laptop, it does not affect the content of this platform, meaning what we have already released. So you can share the data to anyone. That option is there. When you want to know how frequently we are going to upload the data, you see, when that LMIS master plan on top there, maybe just click on that. That's the tick document I was referring to. It's a document which cuts across all the different indicators. Now, every single, you can just go to any indicator, maybe indicator number 1. It gives you first the definition, so you can call it a metadata. When you talk about employment and so on, then it gives you the definition. What is this indicator all about? It gives you also a sense of the interpretation of that indicator. It also tells you the source where do you collect the data. It also gives you the disaggregation. So as you were talking about at that lower, if the data does not, let's say you are looking at the QLFS, does not go up to that level, so you want to get it up to that level. But if the source tells you that it is a census, and census provide that kind of disaggregation, you'll get it in that format. So that's the tick document which we are saying. If you don't see anything there is a possibility, you can call it a working document. You can add maybe 1 or 2 in the near future. A future which we call the second phase. In terms of the national, I jump to my colleague next door. The national minimum wage, yes. It is one of the indicators on that list. It's part of the second phase. We are coming closer now to get the data from the different collective bargaining. The problem we have for any administrative data, colleagues, my colleague is sitting here, it's what they call passing the tests for us to say, indeed, this is quality data as we are uploading. They have some requirements when you follow the framework, they call it the SASQA. She will talk about that a bit. So we are saying any administrative data, not the survey data as the QLFS and so on. It can come from Home Affairs, it can come from higher education and training. We are assuming that we will pass that test in order for us to be able to upload there. Now, for the time being, if you look at the administrative data from DEL, Department of Employment and Labor, one would say our Sierra data, the URF, it's up to date. Everyone is using that for the time being. The day South Africa will come and assess that, definitely we know we can pass the test. And that was one of the reasons it was displayed there. Now, in terms of DEL again, the frequency there, we are saying we can only update or upload once we receive an approval from the minister. And most of these indicators will be annual. But when you go to stats, it can be quarterly and any other frequency there, because then it seems like they already passed the test. But mainly, as we say, quarterly, when we talk about the QLFS. I think that's covered. The colleagues can add. Thank you.
So nobody's going to ask me about the census. But I'll get back to the census. About SASCAF that Mr. Mudliki has mentioned. The data that is produced by Statistics South Africa, most of it has been certified as official statistics by the SG. So the SG uses the framework to evaluate the quality of statistics that is being produced. So whatever that we have produced, because like I mentioned, that the data that is in the LMIS is data that is already in the public domain. And like Maria has mentioned, it is not micro data. It is data at aggregated levels, like employment by population group or by sex or by occupation, you know. So that's what you will get from the system. You're not going to get the data about a specific record about the Zirmana who stays in Victoria, has 5, no, I don't have 5 kids. You know, that type of information. So the data is in such a way that nobody is going to be identified from the data. So we ensured confidentiality of our respondents, and it talks about businesses, confidentiality of the businesses. So now, Unati, I didn't do the census last. Unati, child labor. Child labor is a module of the quarterly labor force survey, right? We collect it every 4 or 5 years. We got delayed sometime because of the COVID in terms of our plans of collecting modules. So we had to delay the modules because of COVID. We could only collect data on the labor force survey during COVID period. Now, since 2022, we have started including the modules. Now, 2025 is the year where we conduct child labor module. We call it SAYP, Survey of Activities of Young Persons. That was just a disguise so that those who are putting their children in child labor don't, you know, refuse us entry or even refuse to respond to the questions. But it's basically child labor. So 2025, we'll have the next module on child labor. So between now and March next, in July next year, we'll be developing the questionnaire and also trying to ensure that we apply the recommended standards by the ILO. Because already, like I mentioned, there's been new standards. We had the informal economy standard last year. So we have to ensure that in all our labor statistics instruments, which includes child labor, volunteer work, and all of those, whatever that we do now, we try to apply those standards. So in terms of LMIS and integration of child labor into LMIS, for now we won't see anything on child labor, but because it is one of the labor market statistics, you probably see it in the near future. So it's work in progress. Yes.
Now, the guy from Northwest, about the census. The QLFS is designed in such a way that we collect data from all provinces, and we are only able to report at national, provincial, and metropolitan municipalities. It is the design of the sample. It's not a census, it's a survey, sample survey. So we take a sample, so because of cost and other characteristics, we are unable to go to the lowest level of geography. We can only produce statistics up to metropolitan municipalities. Now, census is supposed to give us more detailed data in terms of small area estimation. Now, if you go onto our website, there's a note that has been published there that will tell you more about ward level data. And that statement says, just hold on a second, I'm going to read it to you now, because I do not want to misrepresent Statistics South Africa. Statistics also announced updates on the dissemination of small area census 2022 data. Following a comprehensive quality assessment of sub-municipal data, it has been determined that census 2022 results will be made available at the electoral ward level. In accordance with Section 17 of the Stats Act, which guarantees the confidentiality of individual data, some ward level data with lower case counts will not be published. This is to prevent the risk of identifying individuals from the data. I think you understand it. Now, and it's something that has been done, all over the world. It has been done with the other previous censuses. Now, the electoral ward level are supposed to be published this month, according to the statement. And it will be available on Nesta and SuperWeb. Those are the systems that are on the Statistics website. I think I will stop there.
Thank you so much. I know that time is running out. So first of all, sources of data, because you mentioned child labor data. So when LMIS implementation takes place, the implementing agency, which is Dell, is going to tell users or educate users that they make use of data from different sources. So yes, data from QLFS remains the main source of data. And I always like to say that probably the LMIS will be fed with 80% from data from QLFS, or statistics from South Africa, but the 20% that is coming from other sources are as important, like your admin data or your other household survey data. So data is meant to come from different sources, not only from QLFS or not only from Statistics South Africa, definitely admin data from all of your departments. Now, training, in addition to the plan to show users how to access the platform, so the plan is to also do interpretation of indicators training. That is part of our work plan, that is part of the structured steps of the LMIS implementation. As stated by the two directors of File and Alexio, when we started with the data production workshop, we started during the COVID period. So that particular training was held online, and it did not comprise of a large majority of stakeholders. In other countries, when they do that first workshop, it is the one workshop that is assisted by a wide variety of stakeholders. So the intention is to propose this training to take place again for a wider audience. I liaise with my other colleagues in my office, so for example with the other Maria that is responsible for the employers group, or with David, and the plan is to have training on interpretation of indicators within the social partners groups. So this is on the table, and as stated, we will liaise with them on how to continue with this. And finally, data alignment, data that is produced at country level but that ILS not receiving. So yes, we try to make sure that we are aligned. But the thing is, it's not only about what the country is producing, it's also about how it is producing. So sometimes, and this is conversation that we are engaged in with Statistics South Africa, for example, you will see that Statistics South Africa or another agency produces one rate, and there is another way on our website, and we know how to explain the difference. And what Desiree has explained about Statistics South Africa bridging the gap with now adhering to all of the standards is going to help with that. I submit.
Thank you very much to our experts in responding to the questions and to the participants for all the questions that they posed to them. So I thank you, and I would like us to give them the last round of applause as they stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to our program of the day. As we concluded on the LMIS part of our meeting, we will go now to the research part. The research, as our Chief Director Sipho Ndebele hinted on it earlier, it is about ensuring social protection to all. A statement that is linked to several other statements given by those who took the stand to talk to you today. In terms of the Director, Country Office Pretoria, he spoke about the linkage of the LMIS to decent work. And the decent work cannot be complete until everyone is protected in terms of social protection. That's one critical part within the decent work agenda. And on that note, colleagues, the department saw it fit last year to commission the research on ensuring social protection for all, particularly those who are in the working age population. Because when we looked at the scenario that was painted by the COVID-19 data analysis, we all saw that the introduction of the SRD grant still left some groups that were assumed to be employed or working, and you link it to what the IG said about the informal or those who participate in the informal economy. There are groups of people who are missed in terms of getting your unemployment insurance fund. They don't get your SRD for reasons that we all know. So this study was aimed at identifying those groups, checking what constitutes those groups, and coming up with what is it that we should do as a country about what we can refer to as the missing middle, the people who don't get the SRD, however they earn less than what the living standard would require. So we are going to have Dr. Tim Koller to present that research and its findings and recommendations to us. I'll refer to him as Tim. Tim is a junior researcher, a research fellow for the Development Policy Research Unit of the University of Cape Town in the School of Economics. He is an applied development economist, and his work focused mainly on socio-economic causes, on poverty, on inequality in lower income countries, and on roles of labor market, social protection, education, and health. That is the focus of work that Tim has done in his work and academic life. Tim holds a PhD degree that he concluded in 2024. That's why I can't get used to refer to him as Dr. Tim. It will take me another year to get there, but he completed his PhD from UCT, and it was focusing on the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on labor market inequalities in South Africa, something that is relevant very much in the research that is going to present to us today. He also holds an undergraduate degree and a master's one from the University of Stellenbosch, and Tim has published colleagues extensively, nationally and internationally, about his work in the areas that I just shared with you. Can you Help me welcome Team SA come to the podium.
Morning, everyone. Just give me a second here to get set up. I'm Tendani. I'm aware that we're also a bit over time. I think we're scheduled for the Q&A at 20 to 1, correct? So I'll try, I know I was initially given an hour for this, but I'll try and speed up the presentation a bit so we don't delay lunch at all. We wouldn't want that. Good afternoon now, everyone. So my name's Tim. Please feel free to call me Tim. Thanks to Dani for the introduction. I'm from the DPRU in the University of Cape Town School of Economics, where I'm a junior research fellow. Thank you so much, just firstly, for the Department of Labour and very specifically to Dani and her team for having me here today, along with the rest of the event organisers. It's a great privilege to be here today, and I appreciate your time. So this is work that, as Tendani mentioned, was commissioned by the department to the DPRU team, specifically myself, along with my colleagues, Professor Varun Morat, as well as Ms. Chabalile, Ms. Ngeta, also at the DPRU. The title of the report, which is in the public domain, should anyone be interested, available on the department's website, as well as on the DPRU Working Paper Series page. Is social security coverage amongst the working age population in South Africa. What we wanted to do in this study was to provide an empirical quantitative assessment of who is covered by social security or protection, so to speak, broadly defined, using sample-based household survey data, namely the General Household Survey and then also the Quarterly Labour Force Survey. In doing so, we wanted to identify broadly how many people and what share of the working age population are covered, who is covered versus who is not, in terms of various demographic characteristics like gender, age, race, highest level of education, you name it. And then we sought to see coverage for the components of social protection broadly. So that is social assistance on the one hand and social insurance on the other. And then within both of those components, we sought to see which policies cover specific individuals and how does it vary over time. So that's a bit of a mouthful, so let me just get straight into it. So a bit of a roadmap here. I'm going to give you a brief introduction of the social protection landscape in South Africa. And then following that, I'm going to describe the data and the method that we used for the study. I'm going to quickly go through the results. There are quite a few, and just for the sake of brevity and time, excuse me if I skip over a few of the details, but if they are of interest to anyone, I'm happy to discuss them further later. And then we'll have a bit of a conversation about the implications of the work for policy making going forward. So, on the whole, I'm sorry, Wendy, would you mind going to the next slide? Excuse me, there we go, thanks. Just remember to ask you to change slides, thanks. So, South Africa has a pretty comprehensive and well-established social protection or social security system in place. Again, these consist of two primary pillars or components, social assistance and then social insurance. Social assistance, on the one hand, as many of us, if not all of us know, is primarily used to provide either cash or in-kind resources to individuals or households to protect them against poverty, broadly defined, poverty or deprivation. Social insurance, on the other hand, is targeted to individuals or households or even firms in some instances to protect them against various risks. You can think of these risks as the risk of becoming unemployed, the risk of becoming retired, so to speak, ill, etc. So South Africa, in addition to having a pretty comprehensive system, spends a relatively large amount of its expenditure on social protection relative to countries of a similar level of economic development. So the average, in recent periods, the average middle-income country, upper middle-income country, spends about 1.2% of its GDP on social security. South Africa spends about 3.5%. So relatively more than the average country in the same level of economic development. And this spending is targeted relatively progressively. Most of the system is in the form of social assistance, which in and of itself is in the form of social grants. About 90% of the expenditure of social assistance in South Africa is on social grants. And almost all of those grants are means-tested, in the sense that they explicitly target individuals and families living in low-income households. And it's exactly what we can see in the data, and it's what has been well established over the last 20 or 30 years since the establishment of the contemporary system. However, despite it being pretty comprehensive, social protection is still largely inaccessible for a large part of the population. So in the slide after next, I think I'll give you a brief overview of the system, and we'll chat about who is covered and who is not by the existing policies. But just to emphasize here, the large, somewhat gaping hole in the social safety net, so to speak, is clearly, at least primarily, amongst those of working age. And by working age, I mean between the ages of 15 and 64 years, legally speaking. So prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, these individuals had very limited, almost no access to social protection, with the exception of those who had previously worked in the formal sector, which I'll chat about later. And this exclusion largely stems from an assumption in many countries around the world, in that these individuals who are of working age should be able to support themselves or get income through the labour market, through jobs. This view obviously neglects the extent and the nature of unemployment in South Africa. Right? Extreme levels and rates of unemployment, like was noted earlier, amongst the highest in the world. In recent periods, about 30%. Even prior to the COVID pandemic, it was approaching 30%. And the nature of unemployment in the country is structural in nature. So it's not cyclical, it's not seasonal, it's not really in response to business or economic cycles. It's structural in the sense that we have a large amount of job seekers who are unable to find vacancies which fit their characteristics. Partially a reflection of skills mismatch, partially a reflection of spatial inequality, and a few other key reasons underlying it. Next slide, please. Thanks. So again, this study, very simply put, we sought to just describe quantitatively, using nationally representative data, how many people are covered by social protection. That being social assistance and insurance individually, and then policies within each, and how do their characteristics vary across those components. And then again, how is coverage across all these components varied over time. And in doing so, we sought to try and inform how policy might intervene to better target those groups who are particularly undercovered. Next slide, please, Wendy. Thank you. So just to provide a brief overview of the contemporary system for those who might not be aware. So again, our social security or protection system comprises two pillars: social assistance on the one hand and social insurance on the other. On the social insurance side, on the left side of this figure, you have social grants, otherwise known as non-contributory unconditional cash transfers, globally speaking. They're unconditional in the sense that receipt of the transfer or the grant isn't conditional on, for instance, sending your child to school or attending a particular health facility, etc. So we've got about 7 or 8 grants in the system in place today. The biggest by far, just in terms of the number of beneficiaries, is the child support grant. Obviously in recent years, the SRD, the old age grant, also known as the old age pension, or the older person's grant, and then the disability grant. Together, grants reach approximately 24, 25 million South Africans every single month. And although many are relatively low in value, they serve as an incredibly important source of income relief, in particular for families who are unable to get sources of income themselves through other means, like the labour market. All grants except for one, I believe, I think that's the foster care grant, are means tested, so all grants are targeted to lower income households. So we know that the grant system in and of itself is very progressive in nature, and and there's a well-established empirical academic literature which has shown that the distribution of grants and the rollout in South Africa over time has resulted in quite a significant reduction in extreme income poverty over the years, and a still significant but more marginal reduction in income inequality. So grants as a tool of fiscal policy do serve a significant role in reducing both poverty and inequality in South Africa, at least at the bottom end of the income distribution. In addition to grants on the social assistance side, we've got public works programs, so that's EPWP for instance, and CWP, and in recent years the Presidential Employment Service. And then we've also got several other smaller components such as the National School Nutrition Program, which is a school feeding scheme which provides free school meals to the poorest public schools in the country, and I think in total nearly every weekday serving about 30 million children, again in a very progressive way. On the social assistance side, we've got statutory funds and then voluntary funds, but which are regulated by government. So by statutory, I mean somewhat mandatory. You've got the UIF, the Road Accident Fund, the Compensation Fund, all serving different purposes, again, to protect individuals from the experience of some particular kind of risk. That might be unemployment, that might be being in an accident on the road, or injury or illness in the workplace. And then you've got various voluntary funds, which aren't government mandated, but they are regulated by government. So that obviously includes private health insurance or medical aid schemes, retirement schemes, pension funds, etc. So again, in this study, we wanted to measure in total how many people in the working age population in particular are covered by these various policies in total and then disaggregated by the policies in total. Next slide, please. The next one. Thank you. So we use microdata from sample-based household surveys from 3 surveys, or 2 surveys in particular, and then administrative data from 1 data set. The first is StatsSA's QLFS, which I take it we're all familiar with. It's, for those who are not, it's a nationally representative sample-based household survey conducted every quarter since 2008, preceded the former biannual labor force surveys, and it's our official and primary source of labor market statistics in the country. It usually comprises a sample of about 60,000 people per quarter, but it varies over time, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we've got StatsSA's General Household Survey, or GHS for short. That's obviously an annual survey and serves a different purpose. It's also nationally representative. We've also got the microdata, the individual level data, which is available in the public domain thanks to StatsSA's various platforms, Nesta, etc. The GHS, the primary purpose of it is, of course, to measure labor market activity or behavior. One primary aim of that survey is to measure service delivery and household access to various resources and characteristics of those households, such as access to electricity, water, sanitation services, etc. I'll explain why we're using these data sets shortly. The third source we have is admin data from the universe of UIF claims. So what I mean by that is every single UIF claim made in the country for the 5-year period from 2018 to 2022, kindly provided to us from the Department of Labor, which I will highlight and emphasize later can be an incredibly useful tool, both for researchers and policymakers alike, to measure various things from like changes in labor demand, changes in the nature of unemployment, and of course, service delivery. So the data we have is from 2010 to 2022. This study was completed last year, so the 2023 data, at least for the entire year, wasn't yet available, but easy to append if there was interest. So why do we use multiple surveys? The main reason is that, very unfortunately, and I hope the conversation today and the introduction of the LMIS stats system might lead to a change in this, I think it will, is that currently there's no single nationally representative sample-based household survey in the country that exists, which includes all aspects of social protection. So while both the QLFS and GHS are both nationally representative and sample-based and cross-sectional in nature, at least mostly, in the sense that different groups of individuals are sampled in each quarter or in each year, and we can't necessarily follow all of them individually over time. They both measure different things. So, for example, in the QLFS, that includes quite a lot of information about social insurance. So UIF registration or contribution status, UIF receipt if you are unemployed and were formerly working in the formal sector. Unfortunately, the QLFS doesn't include items on social assistance for everyone in the sample. So it does include some questions about social grant receipt, for instance, but it only asks, because of the stick pattern in the survey, it only asks those questions of individuals who don't have a job. And we know from other surveys which ask questions about, for instance, social grant receipt and employment status, regardless of your employment status, that these things are not mutually exclusive. In other words, many grant recipients are in fact employed as well. For instance, data from the National Income Dynamics study, which was a longitudinal survey conducted with the help of StatsSA and Soldier at UCT, showed that roughly about a third, in 2017, a third of child support grant caregiver recipients who receive the grant on behalf of their child are also employed in some capacity. So we know that employment and grant receipt are not mutually exclusive, despite the often misconception that grants might discourage work. Empirically, for the most part, both in South Africa and largely, we mostly see that grants have little to no effect on one's probability of participating in the labour market. And if they do have an effect, they're often positive, albeit very small. Happy to chat about that later, that's not the topic for today. Quite contentious, I know. So that's the QLFS. Covers both social insurance for everyone, social assistance only for the unemployed. The GHS, on the other hand, has questions on social assistance, so grant receipt, participation in public works programs, whether a child in school benefits from a school feeding scheme, for everyone in the sample, regardless of your employment status, which is great. The disadvantage of the GHS is that it has very limited labour market information. That's understandable, it's not designed as a labour market survey. Although we can pick up someone's employment status in the GHS, where there is no question about UIF receipt or UIF registration status, for instance. So there are limitations in both data sets, but we believe that through the use of both simultaneously, instead of being substitutes to one another, they can rather serve as complements. And hence, using them together allows one to gain a comprehensive outlook of coverage of social security in the country over time. Next slide, please. So again, the GHS, all the data that you'll see here that we'll present is on social assistances from the GHS. Again, the disadvantage is limited data on social insurance. The primary advantage is lots of data, almost complete data on social assistance coverage, which is fantastic. The QLFS, again, that's where all our social insurance coverage statistics come from. Think UIF, think contribution to a pension scheme or a retirement fund, etc. The disadvantage, only one aspect of social insurance assistance, that's grants, but only amongst the unemployed. Next slide, please. Great, thanks. So the third data source that I'd like to quickly talk about is the administrative UIF claims data. So again, it includes every single UIF claim made from 2018 to 2022 in the country. We do have it, we have the micro data, so at the individual level. The data is, of course, anonymized, so we're unable to identify a particular individual in terms of their name, surname, birth date, etc. But it's very high quality data. It's very clean, it's well organized, and it's very frequent. It's at the monthly frequency. Many of our surveys are obviously subject to various budgetary and other constraints, so hence it can be conducted only quarterly or annually, which is a global issue. Administrative data, on the other hand, is often collected far more frequently and is often regularly available to data scientists on the policymaking side. But if made more broadly available in a sort of anonymized space, it can hold a wide range of very significant benefits both for the research community as well as the policymaking community. So this data in particular includes data on various characteristics of the unemployed. Right? It only includes individuals who have filed a claim for UIF. So again, this isn't the entire population of unemployed people. Recall, you can only claim UIF if you were formally contributing. And you only contribute to the UIF if you're working in the formal sector in a registered firm above certain thresholds. So this is only a subgroup of the unemployed population that we have here. And only the unemployed who previously worked in the formal sector who have filed claims. It's a very specific subgroup, but very useful regardless. So it gives us an idea of how the profile of a large group of the unemployed has changed over time, because we've got information on age, sex, gender, I believe we have race in there, highest level of education, former sector of employment, etc. And because we have some data on the sector or industry that someone previously worked for before they became unemployed, the data can also be used to analyze changes in labor demand over time, which is great. So you can think about how if we see a spike in UIF claims coming from agriculture, it's a signal that something's going on in agriculture. And that might be very industry specific, it might be more macro orientated, or it shifts a change, more structural change in the landscape of the labor market in South Africa, where different types of workers are shifted to different types of sectors. Unfortunately, the data set doesn't include any information about receipt of the TERS policy in place during the pandemic. It was obviously a huge policy, cost about 60 billion rand in total during this time, and benefited about 5.56 million workers, or about 2/3 of the formal private sector worker population. So it's a huge reach, very important policy. Existing work suggests that it did save at least 2 million jobs, while still benefiting workers who would have remained employed even if they didn't receive it, but they still benefited from the TERS grants as a form of income relief. So very important policy, and there's some limited research on that, but we hope to engage with the department in the future and maybe work towards changing that. So overall in this data set we have about 5 million observations in total. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to skip over this for the sake of time. This just gives another brief, more detailed overview of which sources of social protection come from which data sets. Again, just recall that social assistance we're getting from the GHS, social insurance from the QLFS. We're not taking two forms from one data set, again because of those data item issues that I detailed earlier. And one disadvantage of this, in that we have social assistance from one and social insurance from the other, is that we can't simply take the sum of both. For instance, say we have 1 million people receiving social insurance from one data set and 2 million from the other. From that, we can't assume that 3 million people are covered by social security or coverage because of double counting. We know that receipts of these policies are not mutually exclusive. For instance, you might benefit from receiving UIF and at the same time receive a particular social grant like the SRD, for instance, although that's not a good example, but you know what I mean. So out of fear of double counting, the key disadvantage of this study is the one statistic we're unable to measure is the number or share of people in the working age population who are covered by social protection just in total. So we can get the share or number for those two components, assistance and insurance, but not in total. And that's a data limitation issue, which I'll chat about some possible solutions to solve that later. I wonder if that equation will show. When you mind just clicking on the next slide? Okay, that's fine. If you mind going back, that's fine. Sorry, I had 2 slides left. Thanks, that's great. In the, sorry, one slide forward. There we go, thanks. Excuse the structure, there's meant to be an equation there, probably just because of formatting issues, it's not there, but maybe that's an advantage, just for the sake of time, and differences in expertise. So we've got 2 sections in this analysis, a descriptive overview, which just plots trends in receipt and coverage of these components over time, and then we've got a microeconometric analysis where basically we seek to, long story short, use a multivariate linear regression model to model the predictors or determinants of coverage, both broadly in terms of social assistance and insurance, and then additionally for specific policies within each component. In the descriptive overview section, we're going to present trends for, again, the working age population as a whole, and then separately for the employed and unemployed. Why do we do that? We do that because we know that if individuals have a job, their needs in terms of social assistance and insurance differ from those who don't, simply put. And it unveils some interesting variation or heterogeneity in the analysis, which I think has important policy implications. Second, we pool all of the data together from all years, and then again we model what characteristics predict someone's coverage of these various aspects of protection, on average and then also over time. So those estimates, there's the equation. I see it. It's mixed up in that last bullet point there. These models in particular, without getting into too much detail, basically seek to shed light on which factors are most important in predicting someone's access to social protection, and whether or not that's a consequence of other characteristics of theirs, or discrimination in the labor market, for instance, etc. All in all, it basically just seeks to provide more detailed information on how we might better target these specific subgroups who are relatively uncovered. Next slide, please. So a brief overview of the labor market. I see, I don't want to take up too much more time. Is it 15 minutes all right to then take it to 42? 20 more minutes? All right, that's quite generous, thanks. Brief overview of the labor market. As we all know, there is jobs growth. This table just shows for the 2010 to 2022 period, but this holds for a more recent period up to 2024. It's the common narrative that I think we're all familiar with, is that there is positive jobs growth in the country. It's not jobless growth at all. The key issue is that we're not creating enough jobs, right, for the number of people entering the labor force every quarter or every year. So there's a lot in this table that I can chat about, but I'm going to just allude you to two specific statistics. In the top panel, if you were to look in the last row, which says AAGR, that's the annual average growth rate of a particular subpopulation. In the first row, the working age population, you can see that it grew from about 33 million people in 2010 to about 40 million people in 2022, according to the Kyoto Index. So that's a change of about 7.3 million people in the span of 12, 13 years. In the average year, that implies a growth rate of about 1.7%. So on average, the working age population is growing by 1.7% per year. Employment, on the other hand, looking in the same AAGR column, just one row down, only grew by 1% on average each year, cumulatively, to bring our employment close to 16 million in 2022. And in the recent quarter, I believe 60.6, 60.7 million. So that implies, again, an annual average growth rate of about only 1% per year. So it's clear that the working age population is growing faster than jobs in the country. And if you were to just look at the narrow labor force row, so by definition, that is the sum of everyone who has a job and then everyone who is actively looking for work. So that's most of the unemployed. It's about 8 million people. You can think about the labor force as, or change in the labor force as the number of people entering the labor market per year. Some of them get jobs, some of them don't. You can see there that that grows at about 2% on average per year during this period. But employment is only growing by 1% per year. So some of those people entering the labor market are getting jobs. It's just not enough to absorb everyone. And hence the consequence is a stagnant or declining employment to population rate of only about 42% of the working age population having jobs, and of course a extremely high and increasing unemployment rate. Next slide, please. So let's jump into coverage of social protection. What I'd like to quickly mention or emphasize again, even though I have before, but just to avoid some questions later, is that we're focusing here on social protection coverage in the working age population. So not everyone, and that excludes large groups of people who benefit from the system who are outside the working age population. More specifically, children and most of the elderly, who benefit from, most children benefit from the child support grant indirectly through their caregivers. Everyone below the age of 15, that's most children, and then the elderly who are eligible for the old age pension or older persons grant from the age of 60. So we've got some of them here, but the majority no. So the coverage here in terms of social assistance is mostly through other forms of grants, that they receive, perhaps for themselves or on behalf of someone else, as well as those participating in public works schemes, for instance, and school feeding schemes who are still at school. So there's a lot going on here. If you were to focus on panel A, that just shows social assistance coverage over the period, and if you were to focus, if you can see, on the red line, which shows the share of the working age population covered by any form of social assistance over the period. Prior to the pandemic, we've got about 15% covered by social assistance. In 2022, and this is probably a bit higher now, we've got about 24%, so about a quarter of the working age population covered. So it's still relatively low. That implies that most of the working age population are not covered by social assistance. Granted, many people in the working age population don't necessarily need social assistance, right? Many people have decent and adequate jobs, for instance. But the key story here in terms of social assistance is, on aggregate, it remains low, but it has grown in recent years. And we'll show why shortly. In the second panel, we've got social insurance. So recall that covers aspects like UIF, UIF receipt in particular if you're unemployed, and then contributions to a pension scheme or retirement fund, as well as health insurance or medical aid, etc. That has seen a rapid decline in recent years, at least during this study period. So in about 2014 or 2015, also roughly about 26-27% of the working age population were covered. That was declining even prior to the pandemic, to get at about 26-25%. And in recent years, that sits at about 24%. So a similar story to social assistance, about a quarter of working age people covered. But in contrast to social assistance, which has grown in coverage, coverage of social insurance has reduced. Next slide, please, Winnie. So let's take social assistance and break it down into its various components. Grants are the dominant form of social assistance in the country. And amongst the working age population, the dominant grants are the recently introduced in 2020, but still in place today, the SRD grant, targeted at unemployed individuals between 18 and 59. Then we've got the child support grant, which are received either by caregivers on behalf of their eligible children, not for their own consumption or spending, but intended for the spending or consumption of the children. And then we've got some individuals receiving a disability grant who have either physical or mental, temporary or permanent disabilities. And then we've got some older age pension or older person grant recipients in the data indicated by that pink bar. So it's very clear that the increase in social assistance in recent years is of course intuitively due to the rollout of the SRD grant, which very rapidly brought millions, up to 6 million in the first year in 2020, of previously unreached, very vulnerable people into the system for the first time ever. And given that the majority of unemployed in the country, which you can see in the QLFS, have never worked before, and previously weren't eligible for any other form of social grant, because the SRD is the first ever to explicitly target the unemployed in the country. For many of these SRD recipients, it's their first form of income ever. So an incredibly important source of income relief for this vulnerable subpopulation. Next slide, please, Winnie. So when we look at how the distribution of coverage of both assistance and insurance vary, we see a lot of variation across different groups of the working age population. You can cut the data in any way you see fit. We just chose a couple of key demographics here in terms of gender or sex, race, age, and then highest level of education. What I'd like to highlight is on the bottom panel there. If you look at social assistance, what I've highlighted there in the red rectangle over there is basically a measure of the probability of someone with that level of education receiving any form of social assistance. And there's a very clear gradient. About 40% of people whose highest level of education is primary level or less, so relatively low levels of education, about 40% receive some form of social assistance, mostly grants. That reduces to 35% for those with an incomplete secondary, 10% for those with a matric or equivalent, only 5% for those with a diploma, and then at least a degree, only 1%. So it's very clear, given the very strong positive correlation between levels of education and socioeconomic status or income, it's very clear that social assistance and grants in particular are very progressively targeted and well targeted to the poorest households in the country. On the other hand, when you look at social assistance, insurance, so that second rectangle at the bottom there, we see the opposite story. We see that the higher levels of education that someone has, the significantly more likely they are to be covered by some form of social insurance. So it seems like the distribution of social assistance is progressive in nature, whereas that of social insurance is regressive in nature. Next slide, please, Wendy. So I'm going to go over these slides for the subgroups of the employed and unemployed relatively quickly, just for the sake of time, because I'd love to allow for some time for discussions on policy implications and some suggestions on how we might make data a bit more better to measure these trends more accurately. First, just looking at social assistance among those who have jobs in the working age population. Again, very low in a recent year, only about 3–4% of employed working age individuals are covered by some form of assistance, but it has grown in the last few years. And again, we'll show that that's largely due to the SRD. Again, arguably most of those with jobs, if you look at their incomes, for instance, as a measure for welfare, don't necessarily need social assistance, given the composition of their household, how many people depend on them, etc. But a large number of those with jobs still do. For instance, consider working poverty, which we know is measured as the share of those people who have jobs but still live in an impoverished household. So the incomes that they get from their jobs are insufficient to lift their households out of poverty. Recent estimates are around about 25%. And by recent, I think 2017 and 2018, that was the last study I'm familiar with. So about a quarter of those with jobs are still impoverished. So arguably, despite being employed, there's a role for social assistance policy to play in still reducing poverty and deprivation amongst those who are even able to participate in the labour market. Next slide, please, Wendy. And then jump to the next slide. Thank you. Jumping to social insurance. Among the employed, as opposed to assistance, social insurance is very high among the employed. Just focusing on the panel to the right and looking at the black line, that's the share of the employed working age population who are covered by any form of social insurance. That's about 2/3, about 66%. It's pretty stable over the period, even despite the COVID-19 period. So about 2/3 of those with jobs have some form of social insurance, protecting them from some form of risk. However, we see a very dualistic nature of social insurance coverage here, in terms of the formality of employment in particular. So the red line shows the share of employed working age people who work in the formal sector, so primarily registered firms and businesses with access to various legal protections, who are covered by some form of social insurance. That's close to 80% and relatively stable, so the vast majority of people in the formal sector are covered. In strong contrast, the grey line there indicates only about 20%, so 1 in every 5 of those working in the informal sector are covered by some form of social insurance. So, for those who are familiar with the informal sector, take it largely everyone in the room. Informal sector work is often characterized by various precarious working conditions, low wages, very limited to no access to legal protections. Another word is high risk activities with very little pay. And that seems to be reflected here in the data in terms of their coverage of social insurance. And then the bottom blue line there is workers in private households, so primarily domestic workers, only about 10% covered by some form of social insurance. Pretty stable over the period. Next slide, please, Wendy. Again, taking your attention to the bottom 2 rectangles. On the social assistance side, we see progressive coverage of social assistance among the employed. It's lower, but it's still progressively distributed. And then on the social insurance side, again, regressive distribution. Those with higher levels of education are far more likely to have access to insurance. And we know higher levels of education are correlated to higher earnings, higher levels of social economic status, etc. So it's regressive. Next slide, please, Wendy. Next one. Amongst those without work, social assistance coverage is much higher. A lot more of these individuals depend on some other form of income to sustain their livelihoods beyond work requirement. This is primarily grants, as we spoke about before. And again, because of the rollout of the SRD, this has reached about 38% of the unemployed or the non-employed, so to speak, working age population. I say non-employed here because it also includes those who are actively searching for work, those who are not, discouraged, so to speak, as well as those who are economically inactive. So think of students, think of household makers, etc. So much higher than those who have jobs, which I think is a very good sign. It's still relatively low, only at about a third, just over a third of the unemployed. So there's a very clear coverage gap there. Those who are arguably most in need of some form of assistance are still not covered. If we were to go to the next slide, please, Wendy, and then the next slide immediately thereafter. So these are trends in components of social insurance amongst the working age population for those who are non-employed or don't have jobs. We basically see that in contrast to social assistance being high for this group, social insurance is very low, which is not surprising given that various forms of social insurance in South Africa and also globally are very often explicitly linked to employment and very specifically formal sector employment. So for those who don't have jobs, or for even those who have jobs but in the informal sector, coverage of social insurance is an ongoing issue. If we were to just go to the next slide, please, Wendy. So jumping to some of the results from the administrative UIF data, these just show levels and, in relative terms, the composition of all UIF claims in the country over this 5-year period. It's very clear that the dominant type of claim is your ordinary unemployment benefits, right, which is the primary, not sole, but primary objective of the UIF, constituting around about 80 to 90% of all claims administered. Next to that, maternity benefits, and in recent years, especially during the pandemic, although not dominant, reduced working time or unemployment benefits were dominant. And if you might recall, it was a sort of approach by the UIF which advocated for workers who employers did not necessarily want to or need to retrench. They couldn't continue paying their wages. If they couldn't get the TERS policy, for instance, another option that they could apply for was reduced work time benefits. So it's essentially a form of subsidy to ensure that workers are still employed and still somewhat adequately paid for a temporary period of time. The main thing here is that ordinary unemployment benefits are dominant. Next slide, please, Wendy. What I'd like to show here is just the characteristics of claimants for UIF. Again, going to the bottom panel here, they're focusing on education. The vast majority, about 80% of individuals who get a claim from the UIF in 2022, and for most of the period as well, have only up to a matric inclusive. So most benefits from the UIF are benefiting people with relatively lower levels of education. So one might argue it's a relatively progressive policy, which is not bad news, because arguably those individuals are those who may need it most. Next slide, please, Wendy. It's quite a busy table, but the key headline is this is just the distribution of UIF claim coverage by the sector or industry that the unemployed used to work in prior to becoming unemployed. And it's very clear that most claims come from workers who were previously in agriculture, and in the education sector, and then in trade and in personal services. So this is a very basic set of descriptive statistics, but a very clear example of how useful administrative data can be to understand shifts in labor demand over time. Just for the sake of time, I won't be able to get into it yet, so I've got to stop wrapping up. Next slide, please, Wendy. The reason that individuals become unemployed is something that the UIF data can make a claim. That data is collected, which is fantastic. Again, another sort of characteristic of the labour market that that I believe is in some form collected in some surveys, including the QLFS, but not to this same level of detail. It's very clear here, just looking in the top panel, of the 1.1 million UIF claims distributed in 2022, about 75%, or 3 in every 4, were due to these individuals becoming dismissed or fired, or their short-term work contracts expiring. So about half were due to their contracts expiring. The good news, however, is that the data also collects information on the turnaround time or performance of labour centres into processing these claims. So what I've highlighted there is that in 2022, roughly 60%, so nearly 2/3 of every single UIF claim was processed either within the same day or within 1 to 3 days, which I think is a remarkable achievement that needs to be emphasized. This is of course on average and on aggregate. I'll show in the next slide how there's substantial variation across the country. But it's a remarkable achievement that I think that only a quarter of all UIF claims take more than a week to process. The next slide, please. So just a quick map at the district municipality level of the average amount of time it takes for labour centres to process UIF claims. It's very clear, just given the various shades of red that you see, that there's substantial variation in how long it takes for these claims to be processed across labour centres in the country. Varying from really low in Gauteng, actually, which is fantastic, to relatively high in the Eastern Cape and most parts of Limpopo, for instance. So again, another example of how administrative data and access to it can help policymakers better target performance issues, for instance, in labour centres. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. The data really is fantastic and should be exploited or used to a much greater degree. Next slide, please, Wendy. So there's one thing that I'd just like to highlight about the modelling results of the predictors of access to social assistance or social insurance. The first is that with respect to assistance, if you look at that top panel that's highlighted there, women on average are far less likely to be covered relative to men. This is with respect to social assistance broadly, so about 2 percentage points less likely than the average man in the working age population to be covered. But it holds across different types of policies within social assistance, with the one exception being public works programs, where they're actually about 1 percentage point more likely than men on average to participate. And just looking at education there, again, we find that it seems like coverage of social assistance is progressively distributed. So the lower your levels of education, the more likely you are to be covered. And that speaks, again, to selection or need of coverage. And what I'd like to highlight there is that coefficient on employment. See, it's about 0.185. That indicates that individuals who have jobs are 20 percentage points less likely than those who don't have jobs to be covered by social assistance, which is not necessarily bad news. That's a targeting thing. Again, those with jobs on average are arguably far more likely to select into getting access or applying for social assistance than those with jobs who are arguably receive an adequate income to cover their basic needs. Okay, and then one last slide. There we go. In terms of social assistance, insurance, again we see that gendered distribution of coverage there, where women are generally less likely than men on average covered by any form of social insurance. One reason for this is that, although marginally it is significant, women are less likely than men on average to participate in the labour market. And there's a large literature documenting why in South Africa and globally. Think of gendered social norms, caregiving roles, etc. And perhaps some discrimination in the labour market as well. But what I'd like to highlight here is for social insurance, it's again clear that regressive distribution, the higher your level of education, the more likely you are to be in a job where you are covered by some form of social insurance. And again, look at that employment variable over there. That coefficient is very high. 0.5, that means that those with jobs are 50 percentage points more likely than those without jobs to be covered by any form of social insurance. And again, that speaks to the strong link in South Africa between coverage of social insurance and whether or not you have a job in the formal sector. So that's a targeting issue. Better targeting social insurance for those without work, and then also for those with work but in the informal sector ought to be a key policy issue. What I understand, of course, it is. So jumping into a brief conclusion and some policy implications. Thanks, Vivi. So the first point is that, as mentioned before, social assistance coverage among those of working age has improved in recent years, but is still relatively low, at about a quarter of the working age population. Arguably, then, the key policy implication for this point is that policymakers ought to consider targeting support more appropriately to those who are unable to support themselves by accessing incomes in the labour market. So, of course, the unemployed And again, of course, adequate incomes for those who do access jobs in the labour market, primarily those in the informal sector. Of course, that's a huge challenge, and perhaps this is an obvious point, but an important one, I think, to emphasize. Simultaneously, we know that in addition to providing relief, social assistance can reduce constraints or barriers into labour market participation and help bring individuals, while providing relief, help bring them into the labour market as well. It's a much broader question and a key policy debate at the moment, of course, that we're all familiar with, but something important to keep in mind, in that social assistance can serve multiple roles at once. On the one hand, both providing relief during temporary periods of deprivation, but at the other hand, enabling individuals to better participate in the economy. Two, a large share of those who are able to get jobs still need social assistance, and that again refers to that working poverty rate of about 25%. So some of those, about a quarter of those with jobs, don't receive adequate incomes to lift themselves and their households out of poverty. So I believe then there's a subgroup of those in vulnerable positions who do have work that also need some form of social assistance. So again, that sort of highlights how assistance and employment status need not be mutually exclusive, at least for a subgroup of people. So the policy implication there, we believe, is for policymakers to consider optimal ways to adequately target additional forms of support to this particular group of workers. Last slide, please. The third and second last point is that looking at social insurance coverage, it's low and has fallen in recent years. Just about a quarter in 2022, and it's very clear that it hasn't kept up with population growth. It's reducing over time. And again, it seems like coverage is very strongly linked to formal sector employment. Very fortunately in South Africa, that represents the majority of workers in the country, about, I believe, 75, maybe 80%. South Africa's informal sector for a developing or lower middle income country is very low. It's quite unusual. And one of the reasons that has been hypothesized by economists for the last 20 years, I think, is that one of the reasons behind our extremely high rates of unemployment may strongly relate to our extremely relatively low levels of informality, at least compared to the average developing country. So think about there are constraints or barriers to entry into the informal sector, into the formal sector, qualifications, experience, networks, etc. But there seem to be constraints into informal sector work as well that need not necessarily exist in other developing country contexts. So if we can, the argument goes is that if we can address those constraints into the informal sector, into work, we'll make quite a way in reducing our unemployment rate. The point here is that in terms of social insurance coverage in the interim, while we're trying to solve that, policymakers ought to consider ways to improve access to insurance, social insurance, regardless of whether or not you have a formal sector job or not. And then lastly, it's very clear that the performance of labour centres on average is very good, according to the data, but over time it has reduced marginally in recent years. For instance, prior to the pandemic, it took on average a labour centre to process a UIF claim in 5 days. Post-pandemic, that's nearly doubled to just under 10 days. There's significant geographic variation, which we believe might help the department better target those labour centres that are underperforming and better understand the reasons why, change that. This is a couple here, but we've spoken to the department about these already. And it's very clear that processing times also vary by the type of benefit that you're applying for. It's very clear that they're much longer for adoption and debt-independent benefits compared to unemployment benefits. So it's very clear that I think the implication is that policymakers ought to investigate the underlying reasons for these relatively long and increasingly long processing times. Last slide. I'm going to wrap this up in 30 seconds because I don't want to hold people up for that. As I spoke about in the beginning, there are clear data limitations into measuring social security or protection coverage over time. We can't achieve what we can't measure. If the objective is coverage, we need to be able to measure it. Like I mentioned before, no single existing survey covers all aspects of social protection in the country. But the existing instruments or questionnaires of existing surveys can quite easily be changed, not even permanently, but even on a module basis. For instance, a module inserted every 1 or 2 years to more comprehensively measure coverage of social protection and insurance. We've got some ideas which we detail in the report of how this might be done in the QLFS and DHS in particular, but there are lots of avenues that can serve as alternatives as well. And doing so will just ensure that both policymakers and researchers can keep stock of the level and the changing nature of the distribution of coverage over time. And then lastly, just to emphasize that admin data is incredibly useful for both research and policymaking purposes. However, access to admin data generally is still relatively hard. There are lots of barriers to entry, and for many good reasons as well. But I also believe for many reasons that can be easily addressed. So we are under the belief that policymakers ought to be encouraged to improve the accessibility of individual level anonymized administrative data to aid future research and policymaking. Cool, thanks Wendy. That's me. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim. Can we appreciate him once more? I'm not going to reiterate anything that he said. He was loud and clear enough, and I will just allow us to step into the discussion. If there's anyone with questions on the platform, then Kumu and in here. And actually, I think I need assistance with, do we only have one mic here? So, I noted our colleague from the community constituency. Anybody else? I also know the ILO. Anyone? Okay, from the left there, I cannot see who that is. So it's 4 and cutting off with the gentleman in the middle. So it's Conti, ILO, next to compensation fund, and then the second.
Thank you, Program Director. Researchers, mostly they embark on the same thing. We've got a green paper on social protection, and we have a report piled up with 400 and something pages that I had to manage to read page by page. It was published in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. I'm saying these things because, we have commissioned researchers to do, to collect data on the informal sector, on the basic income grant, amongst other things. So I'm looking at your presentation. I trust DPR. It's also researching in the minimum wage commission. You always commission. Trust them. And I'm worried today when I see this research, because my worry is it's like we are rounding a beam of some sort. The same issues that we are supposed to clean it up, we still do research on them. For instance, this informal sector issue. Social assurance, social security, social insurance, the broader concept of comprehensive social protection. It's a challenge. I was telling the director, ILO, when we do our bilateral, that we need to engage on this matter. If you remember, director, that it's a challenge that we can't even finish. The green paper, as I speak now, it's been held up somewhere. No one wants to sign it off because there is a challenge. So I'm not quite sure as to whether I'm challenging you as a researcher that these things have been researched and there are findings, and some of the findings that we have in that big report of 407. I think the department also must get into this research methodology and research, how to collect data. What are the specifics that we are looking for, so that we work on our weaknesses. We can't work on these things and expect the different results, unless we are stuck in the same problem. Can't we move on and do something else different? Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. My name is Yasmina Halpa. I'm social protection specialist from Ireland. And as I was discussing the piece of research that will be presented today with colleagues from DSD, and we were wondering which angle will the research take. I think you're right. We will start off by looking at the working age population. That leads me to a second observation. Perhaps it would be really good to have it peer-reviewed with colleagues from DSD. As a previous speaker said, DSD has done a mountain of work on analysis of the social protection system in preparation of a green paper. Now, having said this, the administrative data that you used is by large complying with the administrative data that ILO collects on social protection system in South Africa from South African sources. I will give you a link later where you can find this data. It's publicly available, and it's been refreshed in light of publication of the new World Social Protection Report. Having said this again, there are some data where I think there are discrepancies in what you were saying in terms of informality, in terms of expenditure on social protection, so we can double check that. Now, on conceptual levels, I think it's very interesting what you are saying, that working age population should and need to get access to the benefits, whether through social insurance or outside of the social insurance. And by large, this compliance with the draft green paper that I have been able to see. So I think two departments speak similar language probably. However, what green paper expands, or draft green paper that expands on it, is a discussion on links between cash benefits for a working age population and support participation in active labor market policies in programs that enhance their employability. And I think this is one aspect that we could strengthen, and not only in South Africa, that's across the board in many countries. That can also lead to easier access to social insurance coverage and adaptation of social insurance instruments that currently exist in South Africa for workers in informal economy. And actually one can think of having social insurance mechanisms for informal workers and encouraging formality from that perspective. So access to social insurance is not the consequence of formalizing employment, but rather mobilizer of workers and employers to get into social insurance. And then I was really interested in seeing how quick the unemployment insurance funds and their offices are in processing claims. I mean, 7 days waiting period, perfect, huh? And claims processed at a much lower rate. But it would also be interesting to know whether in this time, while a job seeker or a claimant or a recipient of unemployment benefit is receiving, so they're receiving the benefit. Do they get at the same time the support in looking for a job? And we know that actually cash benefits, unemployment benefits, work best when recipients are supported to actively look job and they have counseling support for mediation with the employers and really directing people towards particular employers.
Thank you, Dr. Tim. My name is Mandis Mtingane from Research and Policy Development, UIF. Firstly, I will start with a comment and then follow with a question. Thank you for such a very insightful presentation, very detailed. But I want to comment first on the area that you are presenting, growth of working age versus population. I think maybe it was going to be good also to also indicate economic growth from 2010 to 2022 as you were presenting the working age growth. So it will be should be able to visualize to inform policy decision. If there is a reflection of economic growth. Yes, we see population is growing, but each year, what was the economic growth in that area as the population? Because these variables are very, there is a relationship between them. So it was going to be very paramount if there was a reflection, but it's your own discretion to provide that kind of information. Then I want to check part of your findings you have presented on the informal sector coverage. Yes, COVID also was also alluded during opening remarks that it has revealed a lot of inequalities, and also even studies that the World Bank do show South Africa as the highest poverty is very high. So I want to check. Your study revealed that only 20% that is covered in the informal sector. So are they, because during COVID, those people who were in the informal sector were very vulnerable to get social insurance. Now I want to check, is there any policy recommendation that you have in that area? Because although maybe it was not part of your terms of reference during conception of the study, but also COVID did show that informal sector employees are vulnerable. And your study did confirm that there is low coverage in that area in terms of social insurance. Is there any policy recommendation that we have in that area? Because now we envisage what kind, when a disaster can happen in the future, what kind of intervention to cover that informal sector? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Tibela from the Department of Social Development. Thanks for the presentation, but my focus is mainly on the recommendations that you put forward. One of the recommendations you said policymakers ought to consider targeting support to those unable to support themselves via the labor market. When I look at the recommendation itself, it's too linear. It's not sort of tell us how should that be done. But I can go on and say to you that I don't know whether this was part of the scope, because extending social security audit itself, it requires financial support. When you look at what are the financial considerations, the approach in terms of do you think what you are recommending is something that National Treasury will be able to offer? Because when we do policies, National Treasury always asks us, is it affordable? If it's affordable, and what tax measures do you think we can, in terms of revenue, we can place to make sure that we make space for some of this policy consideration we are making? Yeah. Social relief of distress on its own, it's a sort of a temporary relief that's been given to those who are not able to earn income. I'm happy that you mentioned there that obviously the coverage is too low, because in itself it's targeting people who don't have any income below 300, I think now it's 370. So, but you speak about targeting, that we should have a policy that is targeted, but currently we have that social relief of distress, which is not permanent, because each and every year we need to go to Treasury to ask to extend it. So I'm interested in terms of what can be sort of a permanent solution according to you. Again, in terms of recommendations, you speak about improving social insurance access among the working age population. My question is how, and any policy recommendation from yourself, because we know social insurance on its own, you need to contribute for you to benefit. Maybe I can share with you that from the department's perspective in terms of pensions, we've done a study where we are saying we need to extend coverage to those who are working in the informal sector. But I'm interested in terms of your own policy recommendations, what do you think can be a solution? Because we know social insurance itself, you need to work. There must be a system that has been created for you to contribute. We know UIF is there for those who are already working to contribute. But from yourself, in terms of improving this, what can be the solutions that we can suggest for us as a researcher? Thank you.
I think that was the last 2 minutes. And we will respond from this side. I will give Tim the opportunity to talk to the questions, and I will come in on some of the questions.
Thanks everyone for your feedback and engagement. Really appreciate it. And I must apologize for keeping you over lunch. I think I promised in the beginning of my presentation I wouldn't do that, and I did exactly that. So my sincere apologies. I hope we can make up for it with an engaging conversation. Okay, so just beginning with the comments on the coordination issues, the communication issues between different government departments, and overlapping in the same research. About 100% agree. I think my sense is that there are advantages and disadvantages to this outcome. The first is that it's of course clear, we're all very familiar with the fact that any research done both within and outside of government, between departments, these departments can operate in silos, so to speak, given their specific mandates and given their mandates can overlap, which the consequence being an overlap in scope and research. So for instance, social protection policy is, of course, a key part of the mandate of DSD, but given the link to enabling better livelihoods and participation in labour markets, for instance, is arguably also part of the mandate of the Department of Employment and Labour. I'm not entirely sure how to avoid that in the future, given that overlap, with the exception being just better coordination and communication between departments. That probably sounds like a bit of a scapegoat answer, but I do think the answer lies in that somehow, but I'm unable to give a more detailed answer. But yes, I'm aware of that 400-page report, haven't read it myself, would love to. Very aware that there's been a lot of important research ongoing on this for a long time, since the early 2000s, since the dawn of democracy in South Africa, right? Ongoing question, specifically with respect to the basic income grant. One advantage, I think, of repetitive research is transparency. If you find very, very different, putting recommendations aside, if two sets of research make use of the same data set, for instance, and come up with different estimates or findings, that's obviously a concern. So one advantage of repetition is transparency, which is great. I think that enables conversation, and I think that's a good thing that I don't think should be discouraged. And the obvious disadvantage of repetitive research is perhaps its inefficient allocation of resources. So to speak, you're spending more and more on the same thing we've already done. So can we move on? Sure, absolutely. I guess it's about finding that sweet spot in the middle. I'm just not sure where that is. maybe. Isrina, thanks for your feedback. Definitely comments are well received. So the work that we did here was obviously commissioned by the Department of Labour, Employment and Labour, and was subject to those terms and conditions that we did the work under. So while and I think the department would also be quite open to collaboration in the future and peer review, as you suggest, at the point during the project's implementation that just wasn't on the table, I suppose, and wasn't very feasible. But certainly open to the future. I think there are really advantages to that. I'd appreciate that link to the admin data that you referred to by the ILO. Maybe we can chat later and organize that. My key concern is that I suspect that such data is probably quite aggregated, which it usually is, which is great. I think the benefits I was trying to emphasize in the presentation was the benefits of microdata, of admin microdata, anonymized to ensure safeguarding the respondents or the individuals of the data set. But yeah, that's a bigger issue, I think, that most countries, if not all countries, as well. But would still appreciate that, thank you. And then your comments about social protection for the working age population, the most appropriate form of support for them. As I know you're aware, probably one of the biggest questions in policy circles at the moment, at least in South Africa, especially with respect to the SRD. I know there are colleagues that we have in Treasury who are thinking about the same thing. What is the appropriate form of support for this group who want to arguably get access to the labour market because of the issues we have yet don't? So in the interim, what can we do for them to both provide them relief at the moment and also potentially alleviate those challenges that they face in getting a more sustainable form of support for themselves? As an open-ended empirical question, I mean, there's a range of studies already done. We've done some work on the SRD grants effects on labour market outcomes. Other colleagues have done work in SALJU and DSD and other way on expenditure of the SRD, which is great. There's been some fiscal incident studies by some SALJU colleagues who have tried to understand the SRD grants effects on poverty and inequality, which is great work but subject to quite a few limitations, which are hard to address. And there are existing studies which do similar simulations, which try to say, okay, well, if the SRD is doing this, from what we can tell, what might a different form of social assistance take? say for example, instead of a targeted grant like the SRD, we introduce a much larger grant, say of something equivalent to that about food poverty line, of about 1,500 per month, and we make it universal, at least to the working age population, so it's somewhat targeted, but not really universal within the working age population. What are the cost implications? What are the poverty implications? It's quite easy to model, and I'm very happy to refer anyone who may not be aware of that work to it. It's actually a recent study published earlier this week by a colleague at the World Bank, Maya Goldman, who's affiliated with Soldier, who undertook a similar exercise. And she considered 4 different scenarios. One was the existing 370 SRD. One was an increased SRD to the food poverty line for about 550 rand a month. One was a less targeted, but basically a basic income grant of a larger amount but to the entire working age population. And there was one other scenario that I can't remember. But they basically considered what are the benefits of each of these simulated scenarios in terms of poverty reduction, inequality reduction, and then what are the costs. And then they can make some cost-benefit calculations and try and figure out what might be optimal for us to do. So the question of what is the most appropriate form of support is obviously an empirical one that depends, of course, like various colleagues have mentioned, and yourself as well. It's subject to financial sustainability, how much additional potential taxation or debt that Treasury is willing to undertake to finance if that's required. And also, I think what's important to emphasize is what is the goal. The design of these programs, as you know, as everyone knows, I'm sure, can vary quite considerably depending on the goal. If the goal is to alleviate poverty, then sure, cash-based, unconditional transfer, targeted, there are benefits to non-targeting and universal, obviously, as well, but perhaps one approach is targeted to the poorest or poor households, would arguably, as far as I understand, have one of the biggest impacts on poverty, if that's the goal. If the goal is reducing income inequality, that might help marginally as well by raising the incomes of the poor. But we know that income inequality is much larger in the top half of the income distribution relative to the bottom half. So it's is this another question? The time. I'll be brief. Benefits on reducing income inequality, if that's the goal, is more limited. So if poverty is the goal, that's great, probably a cash-based transfer. But if the goal is linking grants, for instance, to livelihood opportunities or labor market outcomes, that's another open-ended question, which I'm sure you know we don't have much existing evidence for. It's hard to stimulate those scenarios in our models, and to conduct a credible evaluation of it in reality without a randomized control trial, which has cost implications and ethical implications, is very hard. So, tough space to be in as a policymaker. I'm not sure what the answer is. My sense is that it would be something that resembles the sort of cash plus program, which provides income relief on top of coordinated support to help transition individuals better into the labour market in the interim. But again, the devil's in the details. How much is it? How much will it cost? How frequently is it distributed? Even something as small as the labeling of a transfer can have effects. Whether we call it the job seekers grant or the SRD grant can have effects. It's shown internationally that just labeling can have effects. So all very important considerations for Department of Labour, Department of Social Development, Treasury, etc. All of this, I think, to consider. I think the good news is that there's a lot of work ongoing in this domain. So my hope is that we will arrive at a somewhat optimal policy instrument and then go from there. Just to wrap up, because I think I did touch on quite a few points, and then I'll give the mic to Dani. Just for the colleague from the UIF, include economic growth, yes, these outcomes are certainly subject to broader macroeconomic environments. Yes, we know that there's a correlation between growth and economic growth and jobs growth of about 0.6 usually. We know that during this period, economic growth was pretty stagnant in per capita inflation adjusted terms. So we know that the low growth we see is partially a consequence of that. But we believe, and the evidence suggests that there are more broader structural issues at play, which also affect economic growth. So yes, but your point is well taken. And perhaps we can continue that conversation at lunch. For the sake of time, I'm just going to give Tindani the mic. So I think you wanted to respond to one of the comments. Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, team, and thank you to our participants here for the questions. We are just constrained in terms of time. I think team would have liked to have more time to deal with these questions. I signaled team that I will take some questions, but I saw you taking everything to team. Maybe I should not come again on them. Yeah, except to add on the one raised by Justina here regarding the support when people are claiming the fund from the UIF. The support that the department offers is in terms of getting back to the labor market. I think it's mandatory for them to register as work seekers. Hence, we have that ESA system. So you are forced to register as a work seeker when you claim on the unemployment benefit. So the issues of counseling also come in to support those who are seeking employment after being retrenched, dismissed, or anything that led to them losing employment. While the social insurance is coming to assist by smoothing income, there are also interventions that the department provides over and above what I had Tim talking about. And regarding Conti, I think he also responded, maybe to just add that indeed there's no duplication when it comes to research. New information will keep on emerging. That's why research is referred to as a cycle team, because there's no stop. While you research this item, you get to the end. There are things that will necessitate you to go back and redo it again. So let's just capitalize on your question to say, what is it that we are doing about this from here? I know what you are saying emanated at some point at NEDLEC. And I don't know if that is where this thing is not moving. But it means that you as constituencies should help us to move it and also bring in the new evidence in ensuring that as a country we move from the 2010, remember Ian was participating there on this comprehensive social security and the national task team. So something is stalling it. Let's look at what is stalling it. At least we didn't stop. We continued to gather evidence to assist when decision is taken at NEDLEC, if that is where it stalled, to move forward, to ensure social protection for all. You don't have to stop when people are suffering the way that we saw during COVID. So those were some of the inputs that I wanted to add. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, protocol observed, I want you to welcome Tim Koller here, our doctor from DPRU, as he goes back to his seat, just to appreciate the work that he did for us. Thank you very much, Tim. And on this note, I want to invite May Mama Shela, representing our Chief Director, Sipo, who had to leave due to other commitments, so that she can come and give us closing remarks on behalf of our branch LPNIR and on behalf of the department in general. So, Network, if you can come and give us a vote of thanks and then direct us to what we should do after standing up and out of this room.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon to all of our distinguished guests. I don't want to be the bad person standing between you and lunch. And you remember, I got reminded of one saying by one of the philosophers that if you are requested to do a vote of thanks, it's a duty which is more urgent than that of returning thanks. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, on behalf of the Department of Employment and Labor, the LPNIR branch, in particular on behalf of our colleagues in Labor Market Policy Chief Directorate, under the leadership of Ms. Ramulungo here and Mr. Abrams Mudedi. Let me first start by passing our sincere gratitude to our guest speakers and panel members, to our international partners from the International Labour Organization, in absentia from Geneva and also from here in the ILO Pretoria office, under the leadership of the ILO Director in our presence, Mr. Alexio Musindo, Ms. Maria Payet, our specialist in social protection. I didn't get her name, ma'am. We are very grateful for your continued technical support. You have always been with us. Whenever we request your technical support, the ILO is always there for us. And we thank you so much for having made time to also participate in this event. And we believe that you continue supporting us in the implementation of this LMIS system in South Africa. Thank you very much. To our national partners here, starting with Statistics South Africa, Ms. Destry Manamela, representing Statistics South Africa. Thank you again for all your support throughout this journey to make sure that in South Africa we can develop and implement this LMIS system that will assist us in the labor market in terms of the data that we so much require to address all our challenges, in particular those of unemployment and the job creation. And I believe that you'll always support us when we want to enhance this system and to ensure that there is data integrity for our labor market. To our research partners, Dr. Tim Kotler from UCT, I found your presentation and your findings very interesting and insightful. And we believe that it will assist us in moving the labor market forward. The measures that you referred to, we need to discuss them. I see that our social partners from Network are also here, and they asked some of the questions. And therefore, I would like to also thank our Network social partners that are here today, organized business, our community constituency. I didn't see organized labor, but I thank them for not being here, although we extended the invitation, and they missed out on this important information for the labor market. And we'll send them the presentations, I assume. And from the Dell family, let me start by passing our gratitude to our Inspector General that sacrificed her busy schedule today, and for the powerful keynote address on behalf of the Minister and the Acting Director General. To our Chief Director, International Matters, Mr. Sipon Debele, in absentia because he said he is attending to another meeting. We want to thank you for your opening remarks that provided so much information on the context and the purpose of this event. To our Dr. Nico van Noordwijk, who worked tirelessly with Mr. Abrams and his team to make sure that we are able today to have this South African LMIS system. Not forgetting our SADC partners as well, who are also in the space, and also those that are connecting virtually. We really appreciate your support, and we are where we are as South Africa and launching the system today, and we thank you for that. Not forgetting to thank our IT colleagues Our IT consultants, they are here as well. Nico sitting with them there. Precious also at the back. They worked tirelessly and very hard to make sure that we are launching this system today. We thank you for your support always. And I don't want to forget the people that made this event possible. Our colleagues from the provinces, from national office that are working in this space, in the LMIS space, and the RPP unit as well, for making sure that they organize this event, for spending sleepless nights to make sure that this system becomes a reality today. Well done on this big achievement for the country. It's not only for the department, but for the country as a whole. And not forgetting to thank, I've been given a lot of names here, but I think I've touched on all of them. But Program Director, I don't want to forget our sister departments that are present here, the DSD and other government departments that graced this occasion with their presence. We really appreciate your participation at this event. And also, colleagues, normally we forget to thank the Program Director. Program Director, you did an excellent work in facilitating this program. Thank you very much. And to each and everyone from the branch, from across the country, from our public entities, I see CDPOs as well have come in. We really thank you for your time and your support. And I think all of you present here and those that have joined us visually, you have been excellent guests. And I think all of you deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much. And lastly, please join us for lunch. And I see that the lunch is at Clover's Green. And there will be transport outside waiting for us to take us to the venue where we're going to have lunch. Please don't leave us with the food. It will be fruitless expenditure. Thank you so much and travel safely back to your destinations. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the